No, I'm actually in school, so it could be a past
Okay.
relationship because it ended very weirdly, very weird.
Okay. Okay. All right. What does it? Next card has come out as saying the distractions of daily life. It's contentment.
Yeah, I have distractions, children,
Yeah.
school.
Okay. Yep. That makes sense. I feel like it's also to do with your spirituality as well. Um, so just a sec. Oh, the distractions of daily life. So I feel like that's getting you back to that meditation, having that time in solitude and get rid of those distractions and have that solitude, that time for yourself.
That sounds perfect.
The next card we've got out is the Seven of Fire. It's saying stand up for yourself and your beliefs. Have confidence. Don't be afraid to challenge those in power, but choose your battles wisely. The next card that's come out is the Four of Earth, saying that you manage your resources wisely.
I try.
Do you feel like you see things as black and white as well?
Sometimes. Lately, yeah, it's pretty straightforward. It's either this or that.
Okay, they're saying that you see the humour in difficult situations.
Possibly.
At the moment, they're saying though that so you're single at the moment.
I am single, yes.
Okay. Feel like there is someone coming through for you later in the year. Because it's saying that they're either divorced or unmarried. I feel like they're divorced already. They've been through the whole relationship. How old are you at the moment?
I'm 46.
Yeah, I feel like he's been through a divorce. Or have you been through a divorce yourself?
Well, we're about to.
Yeah, okay.
It'll make sense in a moment. We have been separated for probably about 11 years. We are good friends.
Okay.
We just never bothered to do the
Paperwork.
divorce thing. But now,
Yeah, sure.
like we didn't care. We were just whatever. But now, him and I have been talking more and more about finally taking that step and
Processing the paperwork.
yeah, exactly. Like we never thought we'd get back together or nothing like that. We were just like, meh, when we get around to it, we will. Now it's time. So, and we've been talking about it more. So,
excellent. Yeah, I feel like that'll definitely go through for you. Do you, looking at the next couple of cards that's coming out. So the other card, the next sort of card that's come out is the Wheel. A fresh start, the end of delays, sudden or unexpected progress, a very positive change in your life. Yeah, this next 6 months of your life is going to start really picking up for you. Have you thought about traveling?
actually, right now, I graduate from college in November, and I was actually looking to take my youngest daughter and move. So, traveling, not to another country, but traveling to start over. Yeah, we were considering it for November.
Perfect. Perfect. My next card that's popped out is the One of Earth. An exciting career opportunity, significant purchases like a home or vehicle.
Nice.
All right, let's see what we can end this reading for you on. Put one more card for you.
Thank you.
Okay. The Five of Water. Forgiveness of self or others. Everything happening for a reason. Look for the hidden blessings. And I really feel like your spirit team want to get some messages through to you. So really try and get some time in solitude, some meditation, and ask them for help. Ask them to send you the signs, okay?
Okay.
You have a lovely night. Thanks, Tammy, for calling.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. You're amazing. Good
Thank
night.
you. You're so welcome. Have a good night. I believe we have Maria on the phone from Illinois.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, how are you?
Hello.
You sound really happy and excited.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely. Maria, are you after the general
Awesome.
read tonight?
Well, hi. I feel sensational. Hope you feel sensational. I am in the hunt in my house for an item that came out of my map. A little tiny piece of, I have a little piece of porcelain filling. And while I was brushing my teeth, it came out. And I made a point of saving it because I know when I find my new dentist to have it reset. Then that was during COVID. I want to say 2022. And I put it in a Ziploc bag and I put it somewhere. It's not in the bathroom because I remember taking it out the bathroom, but I don't know where I ended up putting it because I think I was a little distracted. And I'm wondering if you can help me locate it. I've done a lot of work already in my house, and it's been great in my condo. It's been great because I'm going through little areas I haven't looked through in a while and found this, found that, even found money. And I thought, oh, okay. So it's all been good with my search. I just haven't found it yet. And I'm wondering if you could help me with that. And if not, then you can do whatever, send me whatever you want to send me as far as information. But if you can confirm it's in the house and give me a zone of some sort if possible.
Absolutely.
And,
I work with
okay, great.
Yeah, I work with a
What?
pendulum. So if it doesn't come out, I work with a pendulum.
Okay.
Have you heard of a pendulum before?
Oh, yeah. I've heard a lot of little.
Okay, yeah. So yes. Let's have a look at these cards. So the first card that's popped out is the Ten of Water.
Oh.
Happy married.
Huh.
Loving
I'm not
relationship with
married.
your children.
No, I'm not
Okay.
married. No kids, nothing. I usually married. I'm not married anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. So maybe that's coming. You said the 10 of water? So that's 10 of
Okay,
cups.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
wait,
Ten of
that's a
Water.
happy card.
It sure is. Emotional contentment. I love your energy.
Yeah, I like that. Thank you.
Yeah.
I love yours too.
Emotional contentment. Hey.
Nice.
Follow your heart rather than trying to make others happy.
Yes. I can.
Over-analyzing. Over-analyzing.
Oh, well, I could be guilty of that, trying to find this piece. Yeah.
My next one's out. Learning all you can about a subject or career. Attention to details. Skilled work that you love.
Mm-hmm. You said still
Are you
work that I
thinking
love.
about
What was the rest of that?
Yeah, skilled work that you love. What are you doing? Are you working at the moment?
No, I am. That's a good question. What would I call it? I stay in the house probably too much, and then when I go out, I talk to people because I'm one of those mystical, mystical. I can't think of the word I want to say, but metaphysical people. So I connect with certain energies about them, and I deliver messages, things like that. But
I love that.
Said, somebody should bring up work, but it's not. That's the universe telling me it's time to really concrete it up. This and go to fairs and stuff, right? That what you're about to see. Yeah. I had a feeling that was
nice.
I had a feeling my time had arrived, and it's time for me to set up a shop, a booth somewhere, and go to those fairs and stuff because people are waiting on me. But when I do go to a fair, I just go to. I find myself going to the healers and telling them things about themselves because they're focused on making the money and not paying attention to everything. And I just give them little messages. I just like a little butterfly, go a little ways here and there. but I'm not really working where I have a 9 to 5 or anything like that. No. But so it's time to do the fair thing, huh? Go to the fairs. So. Okay.
Absolutely, because there's news of exciting opportunities. Allow your creativity to soar. Do things that fuel your passion. Have faith. The future is bright. Dreams come true. Positive changes that bring an end to challenging times. The light at the end of the tunnel. Some beautiful cards popping out for you.
Wow, I feel that way. And my Leo is in my North Node is in Leo, and then I just heard on an earlier presentation on this broadcast that Leo is in Jupiter. It's all about expansion, and I thought, well, this is why I feel like I'm being pushed. And my right knee has been bothering me lately. And we all know when things with your legs is going on, it's your direction, and I feel that's telling me it's time to move. You're staying home too much. So I'm like, okay. But I guess I have a slight, I'm just having a little fear of rejection a little bit when I start doing this with certain, I don't know what it is. Or so, but I'm still, when I go to these fairs, I talk to and connect to certain people like I did last weekend at a couple of fairs. I had a lot of talks with the booth owners, and it was great.
Excellent. Because the next card to come out was plan carefully before taking action, but then get going.
Plan carefully.
Wait for the perfect timing. Yep. It's also saying a guardian angel, someone watches over you. So are you in contact with your spirit team?
Oh, yeah. They're always talking to me. And what's interesting, I'm like, why are you not telling me where the thing is I'm looking for? That's the funny part.
Yep.
I'm like, I can get off.
I know.
Nothing's coming out
yet. I think we might bring out the pendulums. Let's have a look.
Okay. Now, you said plan carefully to take action and then take action, right, with the rest of that, right?
Yep. Absolutely.
Was that, what card was that? Was that the
Knight of Earth? The Knight of Earth. The Knight of Earth.
Oh. Knight of Earth. Knight. Okay. Nine.
I'm getting a nice.
Night sounds similar. You're getting.
Oh, they sure do. So I've just asked my pendulum if that is still in the house for you, and I'm getting a nice big yes. So it's still in the house. Is there a particular room that you think it could be in?
Well, I can walk around the house now and then, because I thought that would be a joy. Now, I thought it was in my bedroom, the main bedroom, but no, I kept thinking I took it out of the bathroom. I put it in a Ziploc bag, one of those little snack, size with the green little top to it, and sealed it up. And I thought I put it somewhere by the front area door. But you know what? And I have my energy that I treated it like money. And I rarely lose any money on this place, but I'll take that back because I found money. I just said that earlier. I find money and cash in town when I'm cleaning up. But I thought I put it up front where I'm standing now. And I thought I put it in one of my old purses, but I cleaned out that purse and went to another purse. Then I looked in that old person, looked in a new purse. It's not in the purses. So thinking, where? And I cleaned out this area where I'm standing now. So what's the energy say now? Is it in this area where I'm standing? So I'm walking around the house now. I didn't see anything.
Can you list the names of the rooms? So let's start with the bathroom.
Okay. The one in the back where it came out. So that's the main bathroom. Yeah, that's a good idea.
That's a no.
Okay. Okay, what about the main bedroom?
That's a no.
Okay, then what about the living room area? This is a big space, but what's not
okay, I'm getting a yes. I'm getting a yes in the living room. Is there a buffet or something with a... Yep.
Is there what?
Like a buffet and hutch with some drawers or something?
I don't know what you... It sounds like you're saying a buffer and touch, which is... I know that's when I didn't hear that right.
Yeah, buffet.
A buffet.
In a drawer. Yeah.
A drawer. Tell me what's surrounding what's in the drawer. Tell me what's surrounding the drawer. What kind of stuff? Oh, that's right, it's a pendulum. So we have to ask yes or no. I forgot. I'm sorry. A door.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not Maria. You're Kim. What's the name? So we can continue this.
Yeah. It's in a drawer somewhere. Other X and Nats.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Eleanor Grace Show with Eleanor Grace. Eleanor Grace. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Eleanor Grace Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, hi everyone. How are you? Nice and hot? We're hot here. I'm in London, in the UK. We're not used to the heat at all, but let's get going with lots and lots of tarot cards, psychic readings, and, really looking at your connections here today. I'll be using my crystal as well. Let's just have a look here at the crystal ball. This one has got citrine in it, and it is all about prosperity, manifesting some of your dreams as well. That's very important. And I think, we've all got to look at that. We've all got to look at, well, what are our hopes and dreams? Where are we going to? What do we want to achieve? Who do we want to meet? There's always people to meet and places to go, new experiences as well for all of us. So let's see what's in the card, shall we, here for you. Now, in Europe, just for those of you across the pond, it is burning. We've got fires everywhere, in Spain, in France, in Germany, and they're now just starting in the UK as well. So I'm hoping it's not too hot where you are, or that you are more prepared. Perhaps that's what it is, to deal with the heat and a few fires that are random across the scorched earth. So that's what we've got here, some scorched earth. I'm just going to take a card here. This is all about the sea. This is all about water, emotion, and some people perhaps feeling as though they need to be perhaps a bit more open with their feelings in relationships here today, and perhaps sharing a lot more about how everybody is going to become part of a bigger family. And that, I think, is really important. It's that unity across the world, and that unity as well to everybody, and particularly those that are close to you, your friends, your neighbours, and that opportunity, I think, is growing. So we do have a lot of water, and we have a lot of defensive behaviour as well. Now, that might well come through in some of our readers. And I'm connecting now to Tracy in Atlanta, Georgia. Hello there, Tracy. How are you today?
Good. How are you doing today?
Well, we're burning here in the UK and Europe, so it's not pleasant. There's fires everywhere, so we're just not used to the temperatures like you are as well, Tracy. But, we're coping just about. So let's have a look at you. I'm just going to take a couple of cards here. I'm connecting through to you, and I feel that you're going to be looking at your resources here, looking at money, very important, I feel, and some particular celebrations that are coming up. These will be parties, because I do have gatherings of people, I do have anniversary celebrations, family members coming together. And at first, you may feel as though you're not welcome, or that there's some atmosphere, there's some difficulty here within your particular group that you're surrounded by. However, don't feel vulnerable at all. Just feel as though you can take your rightful place, because you're right there here, Tracy, in the middle of other people, celebrating yourself, I think. So actually showing that you can be the life and soul of the party. Now, something has happened, I feel, in your life to perpetuate this, to get you to where you are going to be in the next few weeks. And that is being brought into this group of people that you didn't really expect to be there. You're sort of a bit uncomfortable. Does that ring true to you? Have you got this tension with near neighbours or family members? What's going on with you, Tracy? Because I feel that
I have tension at work.
Is that what it is? It's work. Oh dear. And it's always a problem, isn't it? So is there like this get together, people wanting to collaborate or have conversations that you don't approve of? Is that something that's happening as well?
That's correct.
Yeah, I thought so. And yet you are in the center of this. and it's not your fault. You didn't bring it to you. However, you are the victor as well. So you will have victory on your own terms. And that's really important. So stay quiet, say nothing. And then there is this moment that you will have your day. You know, the light is shining on you. You are bright. You are really a high achiever yourself. That's how I would describe you, Tracy. And you're proud as well of who you are and what you've become. I think you've overcome many difficulties actually to get to where you are today. So it's important, isn't it, for you to stand your ground. So disappointments, recent disappointments leading up to this breakthrough. And I do think it's a breakthrough. I do think that you can really maintain that sort of positive sense of really being able to influence other people. And that's your particular magic trick. That's what you're good at. You're good at allowing other people to have their say, and then, you know, subtly with aplomb, you will influence them and you will say, look, this is my opinion and these are the reasons why you have to take notice of me. Looking at your cards here, you do have a soul in spirit with you. This is a man, I think he's a father or grandfather, is from your paternal line, has come straight down and has plonked himself here, and he just wants to be very definite about what you're doing next. And really, I think the message from him is, look what you're doing, Tracy. Take no notice of other people particularly, but get a move on. He wants you to hurry up with your plans. And I think he wants you to be settled as well in your life. So are you thinking of moving, Tracy?
I am thinking of moving. I want to move towards the country area.
Yeah. So is it a father or a grandfather that's with you in spirit today?
I have grandfathers, and I have a father-in-law.
Okay. I want to go to a G and a T, those two initials. I'm not quite sure which one applies to you. Maybe both of them do, but they're initials that I'm giving you that begins with names like a Gray or Greg. It's a short name, maybe even a nickname as well, and a Tony. So I want to go to those two names. They're both 4-letter names, so they're both, you know, really impacting on me. Now, they may not be for you. There's been a lot of people that have entered into my spirit room here today, but do you recognize those names in your life somewhere?
There's a couple of those names that could apply in a few areas of life.
Okay. But not in spirit? No?
I had a friend pass by the name of Greg.
Greg, okay. Well, Greg's here then.
And
He's going to say hi. Was he like that?
Okay.
Did he do, hey,
Yes.
you know, I'm here? Was he that sort of personality?
Yeah.
Oh, I like him a lot, you know. I really do. I think that he was that life and soul of the party. I think he wants you to be as well, and to be vibrant, to live your life, you know, take no notice of these moaners, groaners, these people that get on your nerves and do all of that. I feel that you're better than that. And that's what he's saying to you. He said, look, Tracy, you know, you're better than that. You really are. So celebrate that moment, because it's unusual. We're millions of miles away from each other. And he's come in to say hello to you. Now, Tony, who is he? Who is Tony?
There's a Tony on this side, but I'm not sure about the other side.
Oh, I can't hear you now.
There's a Tony on this side, but not the other side.
So he's in your life. Okay. All right. I understand that. He's got to watch out. Tony has got to watch out about a vehicle an unsafe vehicle. So just tell him to get his car checked or a vehicle checked, would you? If you know him, I don't think that he's going to have a problem, but it's just, he needs to check things out. He really does. So, question here for you, Tracy. Do you have a son? Do you have a boy? Yeah. Okay.
I do.
So he's got quite a lot to celebrate coming up, your boy. I think, it's one of those times that you're going to be very proud of him. And I'm very pleased to say that, and also to recognize that with you too, because it is important, and it is that, lovely sense of new direction that he's got. He's clever, his mind is working, and I've got him I think thinking a lot, making lots of plans, but actually having something very positive, very important to celebrate very soon, like a new job or a new business, a new start. But he's got to really use his mind. He's got to put all of that ingenuity, that clever approach into his project. So his project will be very important. And there's animals here as well. I've certainly got lots of animals. Do you have a dog?
He has a dog, and my daughter has a dog.
Okay. I think it's him. So I'm wanting to connect to him, and maybe there's a new dog that's there. And I just feel that there's something about his vehicle. He's got to sort that out, and then he's got to look at some of his pets. So I think there's another dog coming in. Do you know what? I mean, he's a wonderful character. I really, really like him, and I feel that you just got to accept this amazing message from Greg to say, hi, I'm here. It's okay. I'm okay. I'm doing all right. I think he wants to connect to a lady. I've got the initial of S around her. I'm not sure quite who she is. I'd have to be connected to her in a reading first. But if you know her, or people that surrounded him, then just pass on that message from Spirit, would you, to say, he's arrived, he's okay, he wants to make that connection, and he will do. He's going to come through again. So it's been wonderful speaking to you here, Tracy. Do drop a message I'm often on TikTok. You can see me there, or drop me a message on here on the A1R Moonstruck TV. You can always do that, and I will try and get back to you if you've got any questions. But right now, I'm going to Joe. Hello, Joe. Hi, you're with Eleanor Grace. How are you?
I am doing fantastic, Eleanor.
Are you? Oh, I'm good. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Have you just got some new tricks or toys or computers or technology? There's something in front of you, because I'm doing this all the time, sort of fingers. What are you up to? What are you doing? I'm
enjoying my first summer off in 19 years. So I've just been finagling around.
Fishing, are you? You go. Okay. Are you going fishing or anything? Are you going fishing, or, by a lake? Are you by water here? Because I've got fish swimming around.
Is one of the things I like to do, yes. Fishing and disc golf.
Okay. Disco.
Disc golf, yeah.
That's
Frisbee
very
golf.
diverse. Very diverse. Well, I've got fishing, so I'm placing you where the fish are. That's what I have, and I feel that frisbee and golf, that's really important. But I think there's so much enjoyment around you, and I think that is amazing. This is a time where you will be celebrating yourself. Now, I've got the Knight of Cups here, so this is about being with the gang, with the boys, with friends, a friendship group that are making everything just that little bit more special, I think, for you. And I do feel that that's important. You're the king here, King of Wands. So you are going to take on board new activities and you're learning new things. So perhaps it is about psychic senses or spiritualism or wanting to understand a little bit more about mediumship, spirit guides, and how that's affecting you. But I feel as though you're quite intense and that you really want to learn and you want to know such a lot more. Is that true?
I used to do it quite a bit on here. I've kind of changed my faith path after a while. I was a practitioner of sorts, and I left my church and kind of going a different route, giving up a lot of the burden that I had, so to speak.
Wow, that's good. I like the sound of burdens being released because we shouldn't carry them. It's such a short life that we have, relatively speaking. You know, we talk about the years in front of us, but then, you know, really it's a journey and we have to make the most of it. We have to get everything into that journey that we can. I feel as though you are going back to the beginning again. I think that you are starting out anew, quite innocent in your skills. So I think you will be learning new hobbies and actually expanding your friendship groups and expanding in relationships as well. So I feel that that's very important. You will be taking this journey. This is symbolic though, because this is across the water. This is a journey that you will take that nobody else can. And that means it's not a physical journey. This is a very strong symbolism, I think, of how you can really sort of just be making a deal with yourself. And I think that's something that you've got to do. There's a younger person here as well. Do you have a daughter?
I have a 2-year-old daughter, yes.
2-year-old?
A
She's
2-year-old
lovely.
baby girl.
Yeah, she's beautiful because I've got this little pitter patter, and she wants to go on the sand, and you know her feet. She wants to really sort of feel the earth on her toes. So beautiful soul, gorgeous girl I have. But there's another baby to come as well, so expect that anytime soon. I feel that there's another child for you. A pregnancy, another soul to come into the world, because I have you surrounded here with joy, absolutely surrounded with joy. It's a pleasure to see it. Let's have a look into the crystal now. This is about prosperity too. So have you started a new job here, Joe? Because you've got more money coming in, that's for sure.
I am hoping I'm hoping to have my teaching license next year at a new school. Went from an aide to being a teacher hopefully next year. I'm hoping to be a social studies teacher next year.
Okay, so this is all about society then, because you do have lots of people here in your crystal, and you have that sort of sense of being a very sort of human person. There's philanthropy here, so you will be really wanting to enter into charities, helping others as charitable status. You will have a business, I think, in your lifetime that will actually connect to charities and the well-being of others. It's where your soul comes from, and it makes you a really good parent and a good teacher. So, you know, I can see that. I can see exactly how you will feel animated. And I do want to go to some animation as well, sort of characters. Do you draw really well, or is it just something that you like, sort of like the Mickey Mouse, the Disney characters? Are those favorites of yours at all?
I am more of a architectural type drawer. than my character
Are
per
you?
se. Yeah.
Right, okay. I'm wondering if this is your daughter then, because I've got the artist around you and I can see these caricatures. Watch for that. I'll give you that. It may be many, many years yet before that materializes, but the artistic strengths that your daughter will, I feel, display, they come from you. And they belong to your heritage, to your background. And I do feel as well, there's a lady here with you today. She's come a long way, so she would be an old soul, somebody who passed a very long time ago, not recently passed into spirit, but there's a sense here around her that she's got that she had that sort of fear. There was a lot of fear in her, things like hauntings or Halloween or witches and wizards, that sort of area. And she's sort of showing that to me in the crystal. What does that mean to you? I mean, is this something that's relevant to you?
It sounds like my friend Kathleen that passed away that I worked with quite a while ago, but she was like one of my good friends.
And is that what she was into? Yeah.
Oh.
Was that what she wanted to? Yeah. She loved the witches, the wizards, and haunted. I mean, it's a very unusual thing, particularly for me to say, being a psychic. We don't like to draw that analogy to us because we are, we're not witches. So I just want to make that quite clear. So this is coming in from spirit, and you are being granted that amazing opportunity to say hi. This is your Catherine that is here, bringing witches, wizards, you with your little girl a lot. I feel that she talks to her or, just lets her see her sometimes. So it wouldn't surprise me if your daughter is quite gifted in that way. But do not be frightened, because this is the most genuine energy, the most loving and true energy that I am seeing. And you're very protected as well. So there's a huge amount of protection around you, and you will go far in your life. So teaching other little ones, do you also teach music? Is that something that you like? If you don't, then introduce it into your lessons when you do start teaching, because that's going to be the melody. There's a melody that I'm giving to you that is how you should sort of sing your tuition. I'm not meaning that literally, but it's symbolic of, find a method that is very melodic in which you will be able to really get your point across, get your teaching across in a way that is so easily understood by the little ones and the students that you have. But it's a great career and a big jump up financially as well. That's what's going to come in for you, and that's allowing you to feel particularly special, I think, Joe, about the choices that you have made. There's a great big horse here, seeing this horse in the crystal. Now, the horse is about success, so very symbolic of a successful journey that you are taking. Partly that is your studying, partly that is how you are growing in the world of your career. But the other analogy that I have is a physical one. So horse riding will be something that I can see you doing. Do you like to ride horses at all?
I am disabled, so I'm a little, that's a little outside my physical purview.
Maybe
it would be pretty difficult
that will be a therapeutic type of exercise. Watch for it, because I do have a horse here, but let's just take that as a very successful journey for you, because the horse is always a symbolic method of saying to you, look, success is just around the corner. You don't really have to work that hard. You've done all of your hard work now, and now it's time for you to congratulate yourself, I think, Joe, and really be so very pleased with everything that you've achieved and the future that is full of promise for you. So thank you for joining me here on my show today. I've been Eleanor Grace, and it's a pleasure to speak to all of you across the world. And I will see you same time next week, and join me then.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darlings. Hello, my cherished ducklings. How are you? I'm Perry Lyons. You're you, which is the best possible thing you could be. And it is really hot here. It has been, boy, as my ancestors on my dad's side would say, I'm schwitzing, which means I'm sweating. Oops. So, we're going to just start out with the whole psychic tarot weather thing. As you know, if you've been watching, say it with me, psychic tarot weather is like regular weather except less damaging to crops. And I'm going to pull 3 cards, and each of these cards is going to be for, starting today, it's going to be the next 3 days, and then the next 3 days, and then the next 3.5 days more, back to next Wednesday, and it all starts over again in a lovely way. So, and this is kind of, everybody else is saying this, but 8 years ago, when I started saying, if you're hearing this, you're meant to be hearing this. even if you didn't actually consciously seek it out. And if you didn't, what the hell's wrong with you? No, okay, so we're good. Here we go. Oh, Ashley, I love that name. Oh, Missouri is so beautiful. Hang on 1 second. I'm just going to do the psychic tarot weather, and I'm also going to ask you to breathe in. You're going to stimulate your vagus nerve by breathing in like this. Ready? And then breathe in once on top of that, like that. Hold it for 4, and then go. Which is undignified but vastly amusing to any toddlers in the vicinity. So you're going to do that 3 times, and I'll be done and come back to you. It relaxes your vagus nerve, not your vagus nerve, which is where you, when stimulated, you wake up in a Nevada city in a cheap hotel with 9 unconscious sex workers, 47,000 empty bottles of liquor, and a decade of your life missing. Enough about my personal life. Anyway, Ashley, I'm so glad you're here. Okay, so I never picked these beforehand. I actually probably should. My producer just said, that's a lot of liquor. I'm like, I'm up for the challenge. Not really. Okay, first card is, how do we do this? There we go. Isn't it pretty? It is the 7 of Swords. Now, swords are not always great. Swords tend to be about the slightly sharp edges in life. But in this case, I used to read this as like a sneaky card. I now read it as a card of really positive sneakiness. Here's the thing. See this guy here? There was going to be a big bloody battle in the morning, right? But he snuck into the enemy camp and he stole all their swords, as you can see. And so 2 things. There's not going to be a big bloody battle tomorrow. And P.S., got a lot of nice new swords. So this card comes up when you've been planning ahead. And so a crisis is averted. And also you get a lot of nice like hardware stuff. Are swords hardware? I don't know. Okay. Oh, this is nice. 10 of Pentacles is spending time with family, with like multi-generations. That's often a good thing. If not, call me and I can sell you some Xanax. No, I'm just kidding. I do not do that. I'm very sober. But, you know, it can be challenging. The other thing I've noticed in the last couple of months is when I get this for single ladies, and I don't get it very often, or single men, it means that they've fallen in love with somebody who also, aside from being attractive, has generational wealth. I've been desperately trying to pick this for myself. Very good card. Oh, this is beautiful. What a great card. And the last card is your card, dear. It's the Star card. The Star card, isn't that gorgeous? I use a lot of different decks mixed up because people are complicated. The Star card is a moment when literally you're shining. You are getting positive attention from people you respect and value. You're getting noticed in a very good way at work. You're just getting noticed in a really good way. And it's because you bring a win-win attitude with you to all situations. Right, Ashley? How you doing?
Good.
You still there?
Good. How are you?
I'm
I'm
good,
here.
Stevie. Nice to see you. Well, with my heart.
You
Okay. I love you, son. So, quick question. I like to connect people through their birthdays. What's your birthday?
Yes. September 5th, 1989.
Oh, you're just a baby. I have shoes older than you. Oh, I love Virgos. Virgos are the most misunderstood sign. People think they're about being OCD or like, you know, lining up the pencils on a coffee table as you walk by. Not. It's all about purity, idealism, and a wish to bring sort of the invisible good down into the physical present world. I'll shut up now. What's your question?
I guess I am recently separated from my relationship, and I just kind of wanted to know about that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, honey.
It's okay.
That sucks. It's funny. I'm actually going to use cards for this reading. I never do that, but I just feel like
Right.
I don't know. It's a little hard because part of me is like, well, that's not forever. And whether he, she, or they, or a llama, whatever, all the same to me. I'm a New Yorker.
Right.
I think one of the problems has been that one or both of you has been, I think the other person has been living in a bit of a fantasy. And fantasy's great. I love fantasy. I read Neil Gaiman novels and Ellen Kushner. But I think this person might have been comparing the actual real life relationship, which was actually really good, to some fantasy of relationship. Often people around this age, are they the same age range as you?
He's about 7 years older than me.
All right. He's just going through a freaking midlife crisis. Buy him a red Camaro with a convertible top. Steer him
That's
away from
hilarious.
cheerleaders.
That's exactly what he wants.
Yeah, I know. This is my job. I've been profiled in the New Yorker. That $3 will get me in the subway. I don't think this is over, but I kind of want it to be over for you. Because I think, God, I hate to say this. I'm sorry. Yeah, and you have kids together, right? No,
No, we don't have kids together.
He might have kids, but one of you has kids, but they're not important.
I have kids, he doesn't. Yeah.
I like your kids, but let's put them in the closet for now and concentrate on you.
Okay.
I think you've outgrown him. I think you outclass him. I just do. And not just because you have a beautiful speaking voice and you're Virgo, I love Virgos, and because you're a really lovely person. You operate consistently out of integrity. And there are now 3 people in the country who do that, and you're possibly 2 of them. I think he will want to come back. I don't think you will. I think there's somebody. Oh God, are you changing jobs? I should have just kept the ducks.
I'm about to get an interview for a job.
Okay. Yes. That's gonna go well. That's gonna go well. You have a lot of Leo in your chart, even though you're Virgo. But and Jupiter, which is a planet of hi, I'm here to help you. Have another cookie.
Right.
Here's some money. The planet of expansiveness and good luck. Just hit a bunch of things in your chart in a very nice way. I like this job for you. I actually think you're gonna get. I mean, knock wood. Ow! Yeah, I would concentrate on that. You're probably going to meet somebody either there or do you do volunteer work, or is this a spiritual thing I'm saying? You do something to help.
Probably. Yeah, I'm a psychic and a medium too.
Oh, okay. Hi, baby. Yay! I'm so glad you're here. Let's touch afterwards. Starting an Institute of Intuitive Integrity. You'd fit right in. Yeah, you're good at your job. So you already know. And you've known this about him for a while, that you outgrew him. He was a lot of fun. He had good qualities, but he's kind of a schmuck. Right. You don't need that. Sorry.
Right.
I'm half New York Jew. What? And half Mayflower, but the New York Jew is louder. You've got a great year coming up, but I think he harshes your mellow a little. I've never used that expression before in my entire life.
He does what? He does what?
It's like a 60s expression. I have no idea where I got this. I think he harshes your mellow. I think he kind of keeps you down a bit. Compliments that have a little sting in the tail, like saying he really supports you but not really listening. He's perfectly nice, but I don't like him for you. I'm sorry, I'm very opinionated. Do whatever you want.
Yeah, no.
What?
Yeah.
Go ahead. But, yeah. You know what? 5 of Pentacles. He's also cheap. Yeah, you've got something. You should work with archangels this week because you've got a natural affinity for that. You're also good with crystals and earthy things. I'm a Pisces.
Yeah, I get soul surgeries and stuff. So, yeah, that's where the archangels are coming from. They probably want me to get a soul surgery to someone.
Post your website and your shop on my Facebook page, PERI, Lions, but with a Y, LYONS. Post it on my page. I've got a lot of followers. I just think you're good. I get a really nice vibe from you.
Thank you.
Sondheim, there's somebody much better coming along. I would start working with the Archangel Sandal phone, which is kind of a weird. It's like phone, sandal. You choose. 90 seconds. But Sandal phone. He's going to send you a mentor, not that you need one, or some sort of help. Get in touch with me. I have some ideas to help you, but you don't need it, but I think you'll like it. And Sandalphone kind of is the one who takes our prayers to source, or speeds them along. He's like FedEx for prayers.
Yeah.
So it's S. He's a little weird looking. He's got that kind of, I don't know, who's that Gandalf thing going. But I think he's actually prettier than that, but what do I know? Him, and also, God, I'm just getting great cards for you. Yeah, the Four of Pentacles says to me, concentrate on you, your home, because you're very sensitive to your environment. You got a beautiful home. Use more colors, and sage it or use benzoin. Benzoin resin. Sage says, oh, bad vibes, you please leave. Benzoin is like, out of the door right now, mother things. Okay, I've got to go. You're wonderful. Get in touch. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. I'm the best colors. I'm Perry Lyons. That color looks great on you. See you next week. Mwah.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Soul Song Healing with Lizzie. Live from soul-songhealing.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Song Healing on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
So today's show is a little different. I offer healing on animals. I'm also a medium, so I do pet mediumship, and I'm an animal communicator. So this show is dedicated to a dog that I helped, who taught me a lot. And I helped him towards the end of his life, and he taught me a lot about the nature of transitioning. That was his word for death. And so his name is Jenkins, and I wrote something about the experience, about what he taught me that I'd want to share first. And then we're going to bring in his person to do some pet mediumship, so I can talk to animals who are living, who have passed away. And I love doing healing sessions where I can relay messages and do healing work on the animal. So this is about Jenkins. When I was asked to perform healing on a dog who was about to transition, I had no idea he would teach me so much. His name is Jenkins. I learned a lot about the nature of transitioning. I'm using this word consciously because what he showed me had nothing to do with this finality we call death. He showed this unbreakable cord between him and his human, and that nothing could possibly sever it. He explained that all three of us, me, his human, and him, have incarnated and have transitioned millions of times, innumerable amounts of times. He even advised her to visit her own grave at a burial site, an Indian burial site. While preparing to transition, he explained that he'd been traveling through astral realms, visiting different places while asleep, and that he'd already exist in some way in those realms, or multidimensional. We discussed how you can be a spirit guide, but also come reincarnate here on Earth at the same time. He wishes to come back as a white cat to have kittens and be with his human once more. He explained he would be a spirit guide who will always be there at his human's left side, always on the left side. He referenced a painting that was made in his honor, and he said, please don't look at the painting as if that's me who left. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just returning to all that is. I'm leaving this vessel. I'm already everything. I'm not going anywhere. I can never go anywhere. And he talked about this eternal exchange of love between him and his human Elizabeth. He explained that he had been taken care of, that she had taken care of him, and now he had arranged beautiful things for her in the form of a scavenger hunt around the world. These are surprise spiritual experiences that will unfold to help her heal and enjoy life. He said he planned it all out just as he had already planned out his next lifetime as a cat. It is a really beautiful experience to understand that our loved ones do not leave us. They are just shifting form. They're right next to us. We lose that physical aspect, but they're right with us. And that it's something I feel like we as a collective had understanding of for a long time and then lost understanding of. I believe that led to a lot of scarcity mentality and fear on Earth, or at least a change in consciousness. And it is natural to experience grief. I'm not saying to bypass grief at all. I think I just have found this new understanding that your loved ones remain by your side, walking with you. I'm still going to be here was the main message he wanted to convey. I'll always be here. We'll always be connected. Nothing can sever our love. It's the most binding force in the universe. He said transition is not a loss. It is a transformation, but it may be experienced like a loss. Jenkins explained that although it may appear that our loved ones are gone, it is how the sun appears gone at nighttime. We just perceive it as having disappeared, but it just appears that way. I love this analogy. I find it very poignant and poetic. He talked about humans want to go back and revise our lives. We think certain things shouldn't have happened the way that they happen, especially painful things, but that everything plays out exactly as it's supposed to. Jenkins elaborated by showing a field of yellow flowers, with every flower coming up in its own timing, divine timing. He also said that humans don't respect the autonomy of other animals, that he loves that his human does, and her life choices. He was upset that he was not able to choose whether to be a father or not. I have a new profound understanding of what transition actually is and what it's not. And it's not a disappearing act. Your loved ones are not put in the ground and that's it. It's not that they're in this other realm where we can't access them. Your loved ones are right next to you, but they're also in this other realm. They're also in other realms all at the same time because we're multidimensional. So we exist in all these other different places concurrently. Love between you and them transcends universes and lifetimes and is unquantifiable. I learned a lot about what it means to leave this plane. You don't really leave completely. You're still with your loved ones, but you're unencumbered. I understand this from the soul of a dog who explained that he just chose to be a dog for a little while, advising all of us to experience more joy and dance and play because we're really only here for a short while. Out of everything in his whole life, he loves his human Elizabeth the most, and it is his honor to incarnate for her. I love her too. Jenkins, now that you've transitioned, I feel your presence with me more strongly. Thank you for teaching us and being a loyal friend. So we're going to take a caller who is Elizabeth Jenkins' person and do some pet mediumship for her so we can talk to Jenkins.
Hi, Lizzie.
Hi, Elizabeth. How are you?
Hi. I'm always get emotional when I hear that message from Jenkins. It's so touching.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Me too.
Yeah, but I'm well, and I'm really looking forward to connecting with Jenkins through you. And if there's something he wants to start with, that's great. But if you want a question from me first, I was.
Yeah, if you have a question, I am getting some messages, but I like to kind of start off.
We can let him go.
Okay. He's happy to be here, obviously. He's telling me that he comes to you in dreams. He's visiting you in dreams, changes forms. He says that he comes in the form of a man with pale skin and dark hair. Does that make sense?
I'm not remembering a dream like that, but I had a experience during a meditation where this man's face appeared and came straight toward me, and with this amazing, beautiful love in his eyes.
Wow.
He had dark hair and Asian features.
Yeah, he just showed really pale skin. He's saying he's okay. He's also saying that he's with a dog of yours.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's with another very playful. Um, and yeah, he's been welcomed.
So is that the dog? We had both of them together for a number of years. A golden retriever named Guinness. Is that who he's with?
Yeah, that's it. He's also saying that Guinness is also as a young boy. So that's something kind of amazing. He wants to thank you. He says that you gave him a really excellent life. He's kind of going through the different aspects of his life that he enjoyed. One of them is that he's saying that he got to be treated as an equal. He's giving me a lot of messages all at once. He's saying he misses his family. He's with his family. He's caring for your hearts. He says that he loved the glow of your heart when you would see him. So I'm guessing that's when you would come home. That's kind of what he's showing me. He said that he loved playing with your son, Brennan, and that he loved being a puppy, and that things got a little more difficult as he got older because of his body. He's also saying that like you gave him excellent medical care, and I know from working with you that you've got him energy work, acupuncture, like I got excellent care, and that he had a really amazing time. Like his bond with you, like he's alluding to a time where you two lived alone in an apartment. He's just saying he really loved this period of his life.
Neat.
Yeah. And he's saying I visit in her dreams. There are times where you wake up and you don't remember, but he's visiting you quite a lot. He also says he loves the smell of grass, and that dogs
cool.
Showing me like the way that dogs can really perceive the world through their scent. And that he loved your mom's ear scratches.
Aww.
Yeah. So that's
Sweet.
pretty cool. I'm kind of curious about what he looks like now.
Right? Does he appear in dog form, or can he choose?
He can choose. Like I think that word unencumbered is probably the best word to use here, because I'm seeing him as a light being. He's saying I can take whatever form I choose to take. And I'm kind of asking, can you show us one of your forms? Like, I'm kind of curious. And he shows this moving thing of light with these big blue eyes, but there's a feeling like he doesn't actually need those eyes to see. I think he's just kind of showing me the eyes so I can understand. But it's really like, wow, he feels very free. He's coming through really strongly, and he took a lot of pride in protecting his family and watching over, and he's doing things on the other side of everyone to heal hearts, to help with pain, to help with life circumstances. That's still something he's like, that never stopped. But he says he watches over you while you sleep. I think it's kind of like when you were sleeping when he was here in the physical, like he's just like
always in my bedroom.
Yeah, he's always, that's what I'm seeing. He's like, I'm still here watching over you when you're asleep, like he's guarding you.
Yeah, he took that seriously.
Yeah, he takes it very seriously. It's a big source of pride. But yeah, he's pretty satisfied with the life that he had, and he's just feels very free. But there's a sense of like, I'm there with you. I want you to get help feeling me there.
Yeah, I would like that.
Yeah, because he's definitely present, but he can see you grieving him while he's in the room. And this is something I encounter a lot in mediumship. It's like the person's trying to, or, you know, in this case, it's a dog, but the soul is trying to say, hey, I'm right here. But yeah, so I might need to help with that if I can. And once
That would be
again,
welcome.
the smell of grass. He loves, I guess it's going to rain today. He was saying something about the smell of grass in the rain. Probably the best.
Oh, yeah.
It's something about it. It makes him very happy. But he's saying he got better treatment as a dog than most people do as a human, which I think is kind of funny. He kind of looked out. But the love that's coming through, I think, is really healing for me, because it's just like it's like cable connects like a bridge. It's like so strong, this love, that it's healing to actually tap into it. Like I might tear up. I shouldn't tear up. This is life, but it's really powerful. And yeah,
That's
he
beautiful.
just loves his family. He liked making friends. He loved the way your mom scratched him on the head. He doesn't want to leave her out. He's like had a special bond with. Or when people snuck him food, he liked those people. Yeah.
Making him food.
Yeah, showed a couple of your friends did it without telling you, which is like, I'm not gonna name names, but yeah, he says that humans in general, we live with too much regret, which is kind of echoes what he said before of like woulda, coulda, shoulda. He's like, live your life.
Yeah.
Don't go back. Go move forwards and find reasons for joy. So I think he's going to continue helping you with that.
I love that.
Me too. Yeah. What an amazing teacher. Like I did not expect that from, but he's a very passionate soul.
Yeah. It's interesting when he was in dog form, he didn't appear passionate. That wasn't like his personality, but it comes through now.
Yeah, I mean, he has a good sense of humor, which I didn't expect, and the passion is really towards you. Like he's just loves you.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live tonight from the city of New York, where it's practically fall. You know, the summer just seems to have come and gone. It's been cool and nice and dark. Let me just put this thing back in my head so I can hear you talking. It'd be an interesting program if I just had to read your lips, but I don't think it works that way unless you have a camera too. So we're here for the next hour to look through the magical window of the tarot and maybe discuss a few esoteric points, get a little magical work done. You know, this is a good time for it because, as I mentioned last week, magical work is about positive energy, and the world sure needs positive energy. You know, another guy going nuts with a gun today. It happens. Why, we don't seem to know. I think there might be more productive ways to work out a person's anger. But, you know, now speaking of which, this is an urban nightmare. Can I tell you about this one? This is New York City, so we live one on top of each other. You know, we are in apartment buildings. And we had a neighbor downstairs, right below us, who went into business for herself. I know what you're thinking, but no, it's not going in that direction. People would pay her, starting at about 5:30 in the morning, on their way to work, to yell and scream and bang things and pound things and howl and scream. Well, needless to say, that ended up in court, which didn't go too well. We had a screwball judge. See, a lot of people don't know this about judges. A trial lawyer will tell you that judges tend to be the stupidest people in the whole system. It's just the way it goes. You know, there's no way around that. And during the hearing, this guy started going on a tirade, not about me, not about my wife, not about the neighbor, but about Sammy's Romanian restaurant. And there was nothing you can do. You know, my lawyer just sat there nonplussed. Because you can't say, Your Honor, you're out of your freaking mind. You know, that doesn't work. You end up because judges have dictatorial powers. They can hold you in contempt immediately and jail you. So that didn't work. One day, if I ever meet you over a glass of water, that's what I'm reduced to now. I can't touch the other stuff. I will tell you how I solved that problem. But I got this nuisance out of there within a few days, after dealing with it for almost a year. I was able to handle that, and I'm not necessarily proud of what I did, but I meant it. And so, you know, sometimes you do it. A man's got to do what he's got to do. Didn't John Wayne say that somewhere along the line? So yeah, that's an urban nightmare. We also once had a Vietnamese hooker sleeping in our vestibule. And now, if you knew what New York tenements from the 1800s are like, you'd laugh. The vestibule is, you could touch both walls without bending your without straightening your elbows. You know? But we asked her if she would please leave. These are the New York stories. They're very strange. It's a strange town, you know. But it's a small town, and you're likely to run into people you haven't seen in years at any given moment. They're likely to turn up in your life, and that happens. It's funny. It's strange, but it happens. So, you know, I have no idea what drives people to kill, but I do remember what I felt like when we had these people screaming every morning, Monday through Friday, starting at 5:30 in the morning and stopping at about 8:30 or so. It was so, you know, it was so eerie to have a scream therapist beneath you. And of course, it was crazy. It was crazy making, and I went crazy. In other words, you know, I used craziness to take care of the situation. Anyway, I'll tell you that story sometime when we're alone. This is not something for public consumption. But here we are, getting ready to look through the cards and see what's going on in the world, see what we can do about the world. It's a nutty world. You know, politics has broken completely. We now have one party saying that the other party is an existential threat to democracy. So we're going to do exactly what they're doing. I find that funny. That's amusing to me. That kind of thing. It's what you call irony, but irony is very overused. Everything news readers, TV news people are trained to say in their stories, and the irony is, and then they go ahead and delineate something that is anything but ironic. It's generally hypocritical, but it's not ironic. They don't know what irony is. Just for the sake of argument, irony is a literary term. You know what else is a literary term? This is fun. This has been hijacked because you can't stop hearing this. Gender is a literary term. Words have genders. There's 3 genders in linguistics. There's masculine, feminine, and neuter. And that's it, That's the answer to the question when people say, how many genders are there? And they say, well, there's 37,822. No, there's 3 because gender, and I don't know why I'm even bringing this up. You probably had your fill of this stuff. But gender is a literary term. That's it. It's a semantic term, that's all. You might want to look into general semantics, it's called. It's a fascinating subject. See, when you do this, the air quotes, that comes out of general semantics. It's fascinating. Of course, it doesn't take much to fascinate me, apparently. I mean, what do you expect? I mean, I make my own soap, so anything is fascinating to me. I'm stifling the hiccups here. It's not a good idea. I think I broke one of broadcasting's cardinal rules, and I gulped down some ginger ale before coming on. So if you start hearing rattling, rumbling, it's not a death rattle. It's my ginger ale rattle. I shouldn't have done that. I know, but I've only been doing this 15 years, and I haven't learned yet what the rules are, right? I don't like rules that much anyway. They say rules are meant to be broken, and of course, that's what we have prisons for. So it brings us right back to people shooting each other. I've never shot anyone. Okay, let me put it that way. And I've never wanted to shoot anybody. Nobody's ever made me that angry that I wanted to shoot them or stab them or anything else like that. It's a highly non-creative solution to problems, but it will take care of your room and board for quite a while if you get that far. So these are just the random thoughts that go through my mind while I'm waiting to speak to you. I'm shuffling the cards so you can see and hear. Oh gosh, I've been knee deep. Speaking of soap, in a new soap product. Yes, you didn't think there was any more left, did you? But I've got a new one. No, it's not like, whiskey flavored soap or anything like that. It's, you can wash your mouth out with that, right? No, this is, I'll tell you about it in a week or so when it's ready to go. But it's a beauty. I love it. And if you want to know more about all the things that I do and the things that I offer and the products and the bonuses, I'm working on some interesting bonuses. They're totally irrelevant. Like for selling the shaving soap, if you buy a certain number of shaving soaps, I'm going to send you a CD. Yeah, some people still use CDs. There are some people who believe in physical media. I'll send you a CD of classic barbershop quartets. That ought to get the doors back. Yeah, get people breaking down the doors, right? I don't know. What's it going to turn out like this, right? Let's see, is that this? Not quite the reaction I wanted, but there you go. So we'll get into that. I have a couple of books that I've been restoring for like a year. So I better get back to those. I'm letting you all down. But I got sidetracked with this soap thing. I got sidetracked by this soap thing because I got so annoyed that the only good, solid, affordable, that's the key word there, shaving soap went out of business because of inflation a couple of years back. There were 3 of them left. One was called Williams, one was called Marvy, and the other one was Amer Fresh. They were gone. They're just gone because the profit margin was not good enough. So I figured out a way to make my own and sell it for $4.99 a piece, like this. Hey. There's my new menthol soap. You knew I was going to do that. You knew that. That's what. Yeah. But that has become my favorite soap because I miss menthol shaving soaps. And if you don't shave with a mug and a brush and soap, you ought to give it a shot. It's really fun. I enjoy it. It's relaxing. It takes a chore and makes it into a ritual. You can read about it in my book, which you'll find at mojoacademy.org, called you just look at the page called The Manly Art of Shaving. Do that, and I think you'll enjoy it. I know that the 5% of the people who shave that way would enjoy it, but that's hardly a market to tap into. So I'm not in it for the money. It's a labor of love. So anyway, we're all shoveled up now. I've been babbling for 12 minutes, so let's do this. Let's ring our bell 3 times to declare sacred space for in which to us to operate. And just a moment ago, I was talking about general semantics, and then I come out with for in which to operate. Oh God, now I need that. So that's all my high school English teachers from the grave. Here we go. And now let's pull the curtain back on the magical window for our first caller, Dee in Massachusetts. Hi, Dee. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Reverend Elliot. How are you doing? It's good to hear from you.
Oh, I'm glad to be heard. What can I do for you?
Yeah. Well, I have a mixture of questions. I want to see if I'll ever become famous and successful.
Do you really want that?
37 years. I would love to be the next Oprah.
Well,
yes.
I ought to tell. I'll level with you. I mean, most of the people I know who've committed suicide wanted that, and they got it. They got famous and successful and killed themselves.
Yeah. Wow.
Now, not most of the people who did that, but most of the people I know who did bump themselves off. You see, now this is a nice, positive, cheerful start to a conversation, isn't it? Because I used to tell people over the years, because I was in the entertainment business for a long, long time, what you get when you become rich and famous, which is essentially the modern goal, is you have no problem paying your bills, but everybody knows who you are and hates you. So there you go.
Yeah.
It's not the thing that you expect it to be. I've seen it firsthand. I mean, I liked the fact that I had just enough success in the entertainment business to get really good tables at impressive restaurants, but not enough that people would bother me on the street. See, that's the way I.
Yeah.
So, because I was a working screenwriter, and I could walk into a certain well-known saloons around here and be treated like a king, but that didn't last terribly long either. So I would rethink. What you want is to just do the thing that you do best, and if you become rich and famous as a result of it, that's a byproduct. If that's your goal,
right.
It messes people up if that's their goal, is what I've found. The happiest person I knew, and I asked him about it. I asked him years ago. I said, you wanted this and you got it. How you doing? And he said, I love it. It's great. It was Jerry Seinfeld. But he wasn't setting out to be rich and famous. He just wanted to be a comic, and the more he grew, the better he got it. But now he's stuck in what's called comedy hell, which is no matter what he does, people will laugh. So he can't tell if he's funny or not. There you go, right?
That's the hell to be at. That's a blessed hell.
So I'm not saying don't do it. And first of all, it can be done. I've known a lot of people who became very famous, quite famous, extraordinarily famous, and some put so that they don't talk to me anymore. But I know there was a very funny moment in my first marriage, which was a fiasco. But a bunch of us were at a table in a nice little restaurant having dinner, the family, and the woman to whom I was married mentioned Elliot's friend George, and and she's told a story, and then it dawned on her brother-in-law, or the brother-in-law, who George was. And he looked at me like I was a freak and said, "You know George Hearn?" Now, I don't know that that's ever been a household name, but he's pretty well known for a while. And that's what happens, is that, but it's like a guilt by association thing. Fame is a very screwy thing, and once you got it, you're stuck with it.
Right.
Now, if you enjoy it, that's cool. I've seen people who love it. I tell you, I have seen people who just really love it and know how to handle it. Jay Leno know how to handle fame. I mean, if he was waiting for an airplane and fans came to talk to him and he had to miss the plane, he'd miss the plane rather than tell the guy, "I can't talk to you, I got to go." Because that would say, look, he wouldn't talk to me. That would be bad. So he knew the rules of the game. You got to know the rules of the game. Somebody ought to write a book on how to be famous, because there are rules there that once you break them, you're in trouble. Anyway, that's obviously not why you called. So you want to see if that's in your future? Let's look. How's that?
Yeah. It's no big deal. Maybe I'm meant to be a stay-at-home mom. That'd be nice. That'd be a great alternative.
I've known people who did that, and enjoyed it. But let's just see what's cooking here, okay? I'll shuffle them up one more time. Now that I've put every dreary possible thought in your head. Now, there's a good one. That's the card, the Four of Cups. There's something unexpected coming your way, and it's going to make you feel really good.
Cool.
It's something you want, maybe something you're hoping for. There's an opportunity. You don't see it yet, but you will. And it's going to work out pretty well for you. The next card is the King of Swords, which means you'll be in control of your mind mentally, which is important, because the next card is the Nine of Swords, which is sorrow, followed by the King of Cups. So the King of Cups and the King of Swords tells me that you will master yourself mentally and emotionally. The sorrow card, that could just mean that when you get what you want, it'll be sort of bittersweet. I don't think it's going to, I don't think in this it's referring to tragedy and horrors and all of that, the stuff I just spent 6 minutes delineating. It's nice to talk to a person about her deepest desires and mention suicide, isn't it? But the next card is the Star, which is hope and optimism. So you have a good chance of getting what you want. Lots of money here. 10 of coins, happiness, joy. So you may get what you want and enjoy it. So that's good. There you go. I don't see anything. I don't see anything negative there, except there'll be a bittersweetness there. Well, of course, when you gain things like fame, you give up privacy, and that can be bittersweet.
All right.
I'm debating telling a story I knew about a famous actor, because I knew his limo driver, and I won't mention the name, but he was quite famous playing a lawyer on television. Let's just leave it at that. And he used to dress, when he came to New York, he would put on women's clothing and dress like a woman so that nobody would stop him on the streets. He wasn't a very attractive woman in that sense, but he was a wonderful guy by all accounts. But that was his one little thing, that he did that so nobody would bother him. Don't be careful. Be careful what you tell your limo driver when you get there. When you become as successful as you want, be careful what you tell the limo drivers, okay? Because they don't shut up. Okay. Anything else you want to look at? Why don't you tell me a little more, because I've been monopolizing this, and I apologize for that, but I'm in a chatty mood.
Well, it's fine. Well, I mean, I'm 37. Do you see me getting into a relationship? I've been single and celibate for the past 3 years. And it's been a struggle, because I really like to be married and have kids.
I had a caller last week who said the same exact thing. That wasn't you, was it?
Yeah.
No?
It could have been.
Oh, last week?
Could have been.
Because 37, single for 3 years. Well, let me put it this way. There's the World. That's a card of assured success. Okay, now, the Eight of Swords is here. It means you're feeling stuck right now. And obviously you are. But that's going to change. Things are coming your way. Now, The Knight of Coins and the Three of Coins are here, which tells me that good stuff is going to happen to you in terms of working and income and money, which is definitely not the field you're asking about, but it couldn't hurt, right? But you will reach. This is a card of success. The Six of Rods. So I think you're going to be doing all right. Okay, I think you're going to be fine.
Awesome.
So that should, I want to pull one more card out here for you and see what we get. Yeah, well, you see, that's the point. This is exactly it. This is beautiful. This card, the Six of Swords, is a person getting from where she is to where she wants to be using her own mental energy. And remember, you got the King of Swords, which means you mastered the intellect, and you're fine. I think you're going to get everything you want. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for calling.
Thanks for being there. Have a great session. I'll be listening.
Bye now. And let's shuffle them up. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the show that doesn't let the callers get a word in edgewise. And apparently today I'm full of babble today, I guess. I don't know why. Maybe because I took a nap all day, or most of the day. I just like sleeping sometimes. Courtney in California, in Olivehurst. You're on with Reverend Elliot. Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
Hi, how are you tonight, Courtney?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. What can I look at for you?
I mean, I'm really not sure, so just kind of like whatever, I guess.
Okay, well, let's see what we've got here. The first card I have is the Three of Cups, and followed by the Eight of Swords, the Five of Cups, and, well, this is pretty good. This is good stuff here. There's changes coming in your life, and they're going to be okay. You've got two of the most powerful cards here, by the way, in the deck. You've got the Fool and the Magician. This is very important. Because the Wheel of Fortune indicates change, and everybody's happy to hear that until they say, well, wait a minute, is it good change or bad change? So I never tell people about that card until I see the other cards, and it'll be good. The Three of Cups tells me that there's something happening that's going to come about because of people you know. Something is happening because of your friends, and something is going to reach completion. It could be a job, it could be romance. It might be romance because the cups are there. It might have something to do with the affairs of the heart, or it could just be something emotionally satisfying that you like to do. But right now, things are at a standstill for you. The Four of Swords is kind of a pause. A lot of people think it means death, but it's really about waiting and just taking your time. The Five of Cups is here. Did something go wrong in your life recently?
Yeah, a lot of things in my marriage.
Okay, I was going to ask about especially romance because these are cups and that's what it's about. Well, the Five of Cups, a person is looking at three spilled cups, which means that would be a relationship that didn't work. Behind her are two cups that are full. So it's a partial loss. It's not going to hit you as bad as you may think, and at some point you'll turn around and you'll see those other cups and things will work out better for you. So you just need to take time to deal with it. This is fairly recent, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just, I understand. I mean, I was in a really bad marriage, and the thing that shocked the hell out of me was how upset I was when it ended. I mean, I should have been really happy at that moment, but it was, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think you know exactly what I mean.
Yeah.
Well, the Wheel of Fortune follows that, which means that's changing. Now, these are the two cards you got after that, are the Fool and the Magician. Now, let me tell you about those cards. The Magician has great spiritual protection, and the Fool has great spiritual protection. The Fool card is the person who is the beloved of God. If there's anything bad in these cards, it would eliminate that bad stuff, that card. The Magician is the person who can take spiritual power from above, metaphorically speaking, and use it here down on earth. So you're fine. You're headed towards that now. That's the growth. That's the change coming in your life. You're going to be a very strong, spiritually protected, powerful person. And
Good to know.
and with that comes responsibilities, which you can either accept or not. You know, nobody's forced to deal with it, but I think that you're ready for it, and you'll like it. Now, there's the Chariot. Notice how after the Wheel of Fortune, they're all major cards. The Magician, the Fool, the Chariot, these are major cards, we call them, as opposed to the suit cards, which are the same as hearts and clubs and all that in regular cards. The Chariot is a person who's dealing with conflicting things and makes them move in the direction she wants. Now, that takes strength. But you've got that strength, and you'll do well. But you're going to come out of this fine. This sadness, this disappointment, this the sorrow. You are going to emerge a whole new, powerful person. Okay.
Okay.
Think about that and keep that in mind, because, like I said, you can accept it or reject it or use part of it, but you're oh gosh, the Empress, the High Priestess. I'm sorry, not the Empress, the High Priestess. That's it. That's the one. You know, the High Priestess and the Magician. That's a marvelous combination. You see behind the veil the things that are separating this life from the other life. You may have mediumistic abilities. You're very spiritual, and it's going to come through. One more, which is also a major card, is the Hermit. Keep an eye out for somebody who's going to guide you. Somebody will guide you. You will find a spiritual guide, because you're in a period of renaissance. You're coming into a period of rebirth. Now, what's the first thing we do when we're born? Is we scream and cry. You know, it's not pleasant. And I think that rebirth goes the same way. You know, it's very difficult. You know, even in the Gospels, there's the line, "Take this cup from me." It's very hard, but the benefits are extraordinary. You are morphing, but it was there all along, into an extraordinary person. And you've got a lot to give to the world, and you're going to do it. I've never seen such power in a reading following disappointment. You know, it's almost as if what happened to you, you know, they all say, well, it's for the best. It means it in this case, it will be. You know, here's the Justice card, the Lover's card. The Lovers means you have a choice between the sacred and the profane. The Justice card, I think you're going to be bringing justice to the world. I think that you're going to be almost a dispenser of justice in a spiritual way. So, you know, please keep in touch with me at any time if you want. You can get my email through ask1radio.com, and I'll be happy to look at some more cards for you, because you're heading for a journey, a powerful, powerful, powerful journey. There's the High Priestess
Yeah, and
again.
I've kind of already been like the shift. You know, you can kind of feel when things are starting to shift, and I've already been feeling that shift of like certain things opening up. So I'm definitely like those cards definitely resonate with how I feel.
Please check this out again. You can hear the audio at the archives at askoneradio.com, or you can see the video at Moonstruck TV. It'll be up later tonight or tomorrow. But listen to and look at this reading, because it's very important, because you are at a really important point in your life, and and things are going to break your way very well, and you're going to share that.
Thank you so much.
Hey, these are your cards, you know. So I find it I find it exhilarating myself. You know, I just shuffle them up again, and there it is, the Fool again. So your destiny, it'll be what you make of it, but you'll have power. You'll have the power to do that. Thank you so much for calling and giving me the chance to read your cards. I feel
Thank
honored.
you.
Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up. What a powerful, powerful reading. And the idea that all of the cards after that disappointment were major cards. I mean, well, this is why for, I've been doing this since the early 80s. I never tire of it. And I never take it for granted. And I'm always amazed by the cards. Always. This is just marvelous stuff. And if you want to know more about what I do, go to magic-works.com, magick-works.com. And you'll see 100 and something pages there of various things that I do and offer, and a lot of free stuff and many books to look at, and all kinds of things. If you want to learn how to read the cards yourself, you go over to mojoacademy.org and check out the book called Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. You can find that at eBay also, at my eBay store. You'll find links to that at my website. And please, consider it, because it's the kind of book I wish I had when I was learning this. And this has done nothing but enrich my life. I've only been warned once about how evil I am. But a very religious person said to me, "The Bible says you can't do that." And I said, "No, the Bible says you can't do that." I was not a member of his particular religion, so there you go. Anyway, Sadie in Gainesville, Florida, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hello. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Let's see what we can do to make you feel a little better than just good. How's that? What can I look at for you?
Do you do mediumship?
Sure. You want to try to contact somebody?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's see what we get. I usually look for certain cards to show that I'm on the right track.
Okay.
Obviously the death card, and a few others too. Well, this is a card I always get when I do this kind of reading. It's the Nine of Swords.
Okay.
And so now this the Six of Swords shows a person crossing over some water, which is good. That we can take that symbolically to mean that crossing over. Was this a sudden passing this person had?
Yes.
Because I've got the tower struck by lightning, which is a sudden, abrupt pow. Now here's the thing.
Right.
This goes along with that with the Six of Swords. It's the Eight of Cups, which is going somewhere else. Well, we're talking about going to another realm of existence, as you know. The way these readings generally go is they start off sad, and that's why the Nine of Swords comes first. And then they get happy. Well, there's the death card I got now. That's the one that tells me that it does. The Temperance card also. That has an angel on it. So those are cards that I look for.
Okay.
Now this is the next card. It's almost always shows up. It's the Sun: health, healing, happiness, and growth. The message is the message this person wants to get through, as I read it, is it's sad that I crossed over. That's the swords here. It was abrupt, but I'm healing as a spirit and growing, and there's happiness where I am. Now this is an interesting card, which means the worst is over. So if there were troubles in this person's life, it's done. The next card is the Judgment card, about a rebirth, which all points to happiness in the next level of existence. Okay, this is important, I think. I get that so many times that I expect to see the Nine of Swords when I do this, and I expect to see the Sun. The message is we're all sad. I know you're sad that I'm gone. I'm sad that I had to leave like that. But I'm growing as a spirit. and I'm changing and I'm evolving and developing. This is the next card is just another one that confirms it. It's the High Priestess. That's the person who sees behind the veil, and we're looking behind the veil. So I'm now getting just confirmation cards. So the message is, the worst for me is over, and I'm growing and I'm doing better, and I will be back. I will be reborn. Okay.
Okay. Uh-huh.
I hope that helps.
It does.
I will light a white candle later to send positive energy to you and to the spirit. How's that?
Thank you.
My pleasure. Take care. Bye now.
Thank you. Bye.
And let's shuffle them up. Geez, I never did readings like that in the 5,820 years I've been doing this, until I got to Ask One Radio, and I figured I'd give it a try, and it worked. Why not? Now, this 5,000 years thing is only a half a joke. When people ask me how old I am, and you can do the same thing, you can tell them the same thing. I tell them I'm 4 billion years old. That's how old my DNA is. Yours too. The DNA has been handed down, and now and epigenetics now tells us that DNA is encoded with past experiences. So somewhere in there, I'm carrying all the experiences of my ancestors, and I'm pretty much happy that they're leaving me alone. But maybe I'll try to access that one day. Maybe I shall. I can tell you a very funny story about my grandmother, but it's a little ribald, and I don't think I want to get into that right now. My poor old grandma. Anyway, that's she lost everything in the Holocaust. All the land, the property, everything they were just yanked away from them, from that family. And my mother and her sister and her mother, they just came back to America because my mother was an American citizen, oddly enough, and she had forgotten that. Got her right back here, safe and sound. So many coincidences in life. Megan in Montreal is next. Hi, Megan. You're on with Reverend Elliot. Megan, you with us?
Hello.
Hello. Is this Megan in Montreal?
No, this is Leslie Grace in Montreal.
Oh, okay. Well, you don't spell Leslie Megan, do you?
No, I don't, but I was talking to somebody Meagan tonight.
Okay, well, there you go. That's maybe we got our spiritual wires crossed. What can I look at for you, though?
I have to make decisions about some court actions, class actions, or individual, if you want to look at that.
Well, I think, yeah, I see. You're caught up in a kind of a bad situation. I see. There's the devil card. There's some powerful people involved. Is that so?
Well, I am being gang stalked, and yes, I have been abducted a few times, so.
Yeah, well, it's not.
I need to do some class actions or some actions individually.
I've also got the Five of Swords, which means that there are people in your life who are not looking out for you. Okay, I do think something is going to happen to change this. That's this card, the Eight of Rods. The Five of Swords is a very down card about people. Oh, brother, this is a good one. This is the card you hope to get in cases like this. Justice. The Justice card is yours. That means you may do very well with this. Are you handling these cases yourself, or do you have a lawyer?
I was hoping you could tell me if I would be able to find a lawyer, where they are, if I'll find them within the next month.
Well, yeah, a lawyer is very important. I'm married to a lawyer, and when she had to do a lawsuit, she got herself a lawyer. It's very important to have a detached profession.
There was a government employee involved in not doing their job, so they made sure I didn't get the counsel that I needed. If your wife wants to call me, she can.
Oh, she's not practicing it now anymore. So that we're both just retired country folk living in the heart of New York City. I'm seeing the possibility of a good outcome for you, which is this card here, the Ten of Cups. The Ace of Swords is about using your mind to fight and get what you want. So the world is a card of success. So I think there's a good possibility that you'll do well. Call the local bar association and talk to them. Have you done that yet?
Yes, and actually 4 years ago, the referral line sent me an email saying that there was no lawyer in all of Quebec that would ask police for a security videotape that they were hiding.
Oh, brother. Well,
it was only a convicted kidnapper who had chased after me after 1:30 in the morning, leaving her children behind, and the two dads didn't know that the police kept it hidden.
Keep plugging away, because this is a card I've had a couple of times tonight, the Four of Cups. That means that something unexpected can come up out of nowhere and take care of what you want. I will definitely light a candle to send positive energy your way about this, all right?
Thank you so much.
Take care now. Bye-bye. And we're shuffled up, and let's see if we have a bit of time here. Humberto in Chicago is on. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hello.
Hi, how are you doing tonight?
Doing good.
Well, let's see if we can make that better. What can I look at for you?
I don't know. I'm just like dealing with an ankle injury, and right now I'm dealing with some financial stuff at the moment. Right now I don't know what's in it for me in the future, honestly.
Well, right now nothing much is happening. It's at a standstill right now. What's going on? In the future, overall, this is the Nine of Cups. That's a card of abundance. So that bodes well. That's for sure. The Nine of Rods is here. That's a card of somebody who has been around the block, so to speak. You know, you know what you're doing. Oh, and here, of course, This is two in a row now. Yeah, you're prepared. That's what it means. You know, you know what to do and what you have to do. This is the card of justice, which means that justice is coming for you, not for you, in an ominous sense. You know what I mean? Justice is coming to your side, because there's nothing negative here indicating that. If there was, I would phrase it more delicately than that. That's for sure. But here's another card which is important, which is the Temperance card. That means that balance will be restored to your life. Things have been out of whack in your life for quite a while, correct?
Yeah, it's just it's just good, and then it's just bad, and I don't know at this point. It's just so weird, so whack.
Well, you know, somebody who worked, and I believe he worked in Chicago for the Hearst organization in the 1920s, was asked in an interview to define life. And he said, life is one damn thing after another. You know, and that was exactly right. Here's a card that's good. This is what I mean, like it bodes well. This is the card of healing and health and growth and happiness and success. So it's going to be difficult. It's going to require strength. That's what this card is, strength. But I think you'll come out okay. I think you have a good chance at dealing with this. And it'll restore balance to your life, and it will make things 1,000 times better. So this is very important, okay? Keep that in mind, that you have some very good cards here. In fact, I have here this card that is really ugly, but it's good. This card, the Ten of Swords, means the worst is over. Life threw its worst at you, and you're still here. You're going to get up, and you're going to win at some point. You're going to, don't count yourself out, okay? Because that's a choice that if you make it, it won't be your best choice, okay? You don't want to do that. You want to stay in the game. Okay, so hang in there, and we'll send positive energy your way. How's that?
Yeah, sounds like a good idea.
That's what I'm here for. So listen, anytime you need anything, just drop me a line at my email. You can find that under ask1radio.com, and I'll be happy to maybe pull a few more cards for you as this goes along. How's that?
Yeah, sounds like a perfect plan.
Great. So I look forward to hearing from you sometime. And no charge, of course. I'm not drumming up business here. We'll just consider that an extension of this free reading. How's that?
Yeah, I'll be happy to.
Okay, great. Look forward to hearing from you, Umberto. Bye-bye now.
All right.
And folks, that's it. We've burned up the cards. We've come to. Yeah, that would be a great ending for a show, wouldn't it? If I just set the cards on fire at the end of every show, just pow, it'd be costly. I get some tarot decks here that are valued at about $200-300, and I don't think I want to burn those. I sold some of those very expensive card decks, but they were only a few bucks when I bought them, but I knew what they were and I hung on to them. So that's it now. This is the part of the show where I wrap things up in a neat little bow. I'm glad that you stuck around. I look forward to, you have no idea how happy I am to be with you every week. I look forward to this. It makes my day, makes my week. I missed so many shows last year, and I want to mention that because there's a point to this. You go to my website, magic-works.com, and look at my rates for private readings. They're not very expensive, but they're less expensive than that now because I cut them in half. I cut them in half because I cheated everybody out of readings last year. And I don't like cheating out of readings. But I do have a good excuse. I was dying. And the doctors had to open me up and patch me up and put me together and do all kinds of stuff. I think I know more doctors now than I've ever known in my life. And I get phone calls from doctors all the time for some reason. They seem to be, I don't want to say drumming up business, but I'm kind of suspicious about it. I'll stick with the doctors I've got, but I'm in that loop, and that's why I'm here. That's why I'm alive. That's why I can walk up the stairs. And in honor of not being dead, I sincerely hope I'm not. I don't want to be one of those guys who finds out at the end of the movie that I am dead. Bruce Willis used to live right across the street from here, by the way. I don't want to go into that. I don't want to see dead people. But in honor of the fact that I am alive and kicking and doing well, I definitely cut my prices, slashed them in half. Any more than that, I'll end up paying you to do the readings. There you go. That's the way to do it. I only said there you go 3 times today, I think. I'm starting to wean myself of this new verbal tick for some reason. So we, like I said, I go to my eBay store is taking shape. I had a big battle with Amazon and just said, adios, baby, hasta la vista, sweetheart. And left, and now I'm moving everything to Amazon, and people are buying things, which is nice. I'm happy with that. I have about a dozen items there now, but I'm going to put more up there. I have this personality flaw called being freaking lazy. I don't push things. I like to relax. But you can go to it's tiny.cc/mojo-bros /dash. Now I got to start over. See, old man's losing his grip. Mojo-bros-store. tiny.cc/mojo-bros-store. Mojo Brothers Store. And there'll be some interesting books coming along there. And you go to my website and see all the books I've got. You go to mojoacademy.org. There is a book there that will change your life, I'm telling you. And and there's also fun stuff. I mean, it's not all serious. It's not all about changing your life and all. But if you're interested, there's. I sent one off the other day, a copy of Hunches. I mentioned this in the show last week, and some people listened, so I got to send some out. Hunches is my favorite book that I was asked to maybe write a foreword to a new edition of it, and I said, "You're kidding me. It's perfect the way it is. Just let it go." And it was just republished. That's all. And it delineates all the various psychic powers that people can have and how to develop them. And it's a dream book. That's the thing. Dream books have kind of fallen out of favor, but I like dream books. You just look up what you dreamed and it tells you all about it. Or should that have been dreamt? If I'm going to bring up general semantics, I'd better know the difference, right? So check out Hunches. I really like that one, and that would have to be one of my favorites. And it's another book that you'll find there, which it's always topical, although it's like 100 years old almost. It's Bryan's last speech, William Jennings Bryan's last speech, in which he explains why he has a bone to pick with evolution. And it's not because he's a Bible-thumping troglodyte. It's a very serious thing. It's a speech he was going to give at the Scopes trial, but he died. Anyway, that's it. We're out of here in a minute and change. So remember, it's mojoacademy.org for the books and the shaving soap. It's magic-works.com for everything I do. And I will be back with you next week so we can take another look through the magical window as we read your tarot cards. Until then, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Life is in your hands. Bye-bye now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live from the city of New York, where I think the Soviet troops are just outside the bridge. So I don't know. Let's see if we can keep going before they get here. This is an interesting little city that's going through a revolution that nobody notices because it's all in some guy's mind, you know. It's just very funny to me that these people are trying to take the capitalist capital of the world and turn it into Leningrad. You know, to me, it's just, I find that very funny. But it won't affect you and me. We'll still get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. Don't forget Pacific time. I don't want to leave Governor Newsom out. And we are going to spend the next hour looking through the tarot and taking calls from around the world and see what we can do to shine some light on things that are going on in people's lives. I've got a couple of things I need to talk to you about first, and they're very nice things, by the way. This is a fascinating shaving brush in the shape of a skull. I don't know if you can see that clearly enough there. And I was lucky enough to get my hands on one of these. And I put a thing up on Twitter saying that tonight I'll explain how you can have that. That can be yours if you want it. All you need to do is, I mean, obviously, if you're interested in a shaving brush, obviously you use shaving soap. And as you know, because I mention it ridiculously a lot, I make my own shaving soap. I was compelled to do that when inflation during the last administration kicked the price of manufacturing cheap shaving soaps, and I don't mean cheap, I mean inexpensive. That's a hideous vernacular, isn't it? So that the 3 really top affordable shaving soaps went out of business. They couldn't. These people who don't understand business don't understand profit margins. I'll give you an example. By law, we have rent regulations here for about 1 million apartments. And people keep trying to take that to court and say it's an illegal taking, and it doesn't work because in exchange for that, the building owners get something. They get a guaranteed, and now listen, if you're in business, this is going to blow your mind. They get a guaranteed 7.5% profit margin. See, and if they don't get that profit margin, they can raise their rents. But there are people who think that that's a lousy profit margin because they don't understand business. I remember I told this once to a restaurant owner, and he just looked at me and he was silent for a moment and said, "I would kill for a 7.5% profit margin." You know, so it's a good deal, you know, but people don't understand that. You know, they're talking about, freeze the rent, the evil building owners. They use that feudal term, landlord, which I despise. But it's this is what's going on here in New York. We go through this upheaval every few years because ignorance prevails. Grocery stores, for instance, work on about a 1 to 2% profit margin. Think about that one. I would never get into a business like that, but, you know, if that's the business, you know, you do it. So I'm in the tarot business, which has no overhead. So, my profit margin, I do away with it. I do, like today. I mean, everybody who calls to get a reading is going to be charged $85. Yeah, right. It's free. It's all free. I don't charge for that. I charge for private readings, and if a person says, "Well, I can't pay that," so what do you want to pay? I'm an interesting kind of capitalist. I don't let money get in the way. And I don't care. I'll do it free. I've done plenty of readings free for people, not just here on Ask One Radio, which it would be horrible if you called in and then you got a bill, right? No, this is completely free. And I know, you see, you're supposed to pay for occult work, and there's no reason not to. But if I don't want to take your money, you're not going to pay me. You can knock the door down and demand to pay me. If I don't want your money, you're not going to pay me. Obviously, there are things in life that I do not do for money. Making shaving soap is not one of the things I do for money, But anyway, we were talking about profit margins. The profit margin of things like Williams shaving soap was so low that when the inflation rate hit 9%, they couldn't afford to continue. Well, here's this. So I started making my own shaving soap. It was remarkably easy to do. It's a beautiful shaving soap. I have 4 different types of shaving soaps now. You can go to tiny.cc/ Mojo Soap, capital M, capital S, one word. But this skull shaving brush, which is like a $13 to $15 value, a badger hair brush, not synthetic. I will give it to you if you buy 6 soaps. See, that's the deal. You get 6 of my shaving soaps, which are not only affordably priced, but at eBay, where you'll find my soaps, make an offer. Forget the list price. Like I said, obviously, I don't do this for money. So if you want to pay less, and you'll get that free. The other thing is, since I only have one, that's going to be a problem for everybody else who may want one. But I also have this wonderful 3.5-inch button, which says, "I do it the old-fashioned way," and it shows a straight razor and a mug. And the mug there is the one I've been using for 50 years. Think about that. It's a United States bicentennial shaving mug I got back in 1974, in 2 years before the bicentennial. Gosh, and I can't believe that I still have it with me. So I just wanted to let you know that if that shaving brush in the shape of a skull interests you and you want it and you shave this way, get over to mojoacademy.org and look at the soap selection there, and then that'll direct you to eBay, where you can make an offer and pay what you want to pay, and I'll consider any offer. And then I will, whoever is the first person to get 6 soaps will get that brush. Everybody else will get that button, but even if you buy one, but I'm giving a little incentive. Anyway, that's the thing I said I would tell people about today, and I put a little notice on Twitter about that, and it got a little attention, and by little I mean very little attention. I did a thing about a kid who got shot after the prom, and that got hundreds and hundreds of hits, which for me is a tidal wave on Twitter, because people don't pay attention to me on Twitter, but that they got. I put a picture of my late wife in court defending David Crosby, and that just hit 2,000 views. So, I make my presence known now and then, but mostly I do things because I enjoy doing them. I only made the shaving soap for myself. And then it occurred to me that other people might want it, and I started selling it. I mean, my base price was $4.99. Now, what do they look like? You see, they're like this. They come in a tin, and I'll show you, because those of you who understand how this stuff works will get it. This is the soap. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? That'll last you a long time. And at $4.99, you're never going to find anything like that. And I'm telling you, you'll pay less if you want. I'll take less, because like I said, only 5% of men shave with this stuff. So I'm certainly not doing this to fatten my bankroll. Fortunately, I am in pretty good shape financially, so I don't have to soak people for everything that comes down the road. There are some people who charge for every damn thing that happens, but no, not me. And again, that was a joke when I said, if you get a reading tonight, you'll be charged $85. First of all, I don't think I ever charged $85 for a reading in my life, no matter what. And I've cut, if you go to my website, magic-works.com, magick-works.com, and you want to get a reading with me, which I have been woefully negligent about doing because I've been going through, well, I guess you'd call it living hell. But I'm coming through to the other side, as the Doors would say. Look at my prices for a private reading and then cut them in half. Because ever since the inflation hit, I cut those prices in half. And I'm leaving it that way. Like I said, I look at me. Do I look like I'm hungry? I'm pretty well fed. So, this is, you're not going to believe this. You're going to think I'm pulling your leg. But this weekly appearance here is the highlight of my week. I get so much energy out of this. I have to be someplace very early tomorrow morning, and it ain't going to happen probably because I get so much energy that I'm not going to get to sleep tonight. So, I'll reschedule. I'm babbling. I know you can see that, but I just want to tell you, go to mojoacademy.org and look at the soaps there, the shaving soaps, and the page about shaving and my book about shaving. I did it today. I shaved earlier today using my own soap. Marvelous, just marvelous. You look at my blog, which you can find easily. Reverend Elliott's blog, just search for that. I've got a 2,300-word essay about a new razor blade. Yeah, I'm a little bit fanatical about this stuff, but it's manly. So I enjoy it. I do make a soap for the ladies. I know women do some shave work, leggies and all that, and I'm actually improving that. I have an improvement in the works, which I'll be announcing soon. But I named that after my wife, Sandra's Supreme Shaving Soap. And it has no scent in it, so it won't conflict with any scents that the beautiful ladies use. So you take a look at mojoacademy.org has a few pages there that you might find interesting. Among them is the Mojo Brothers Shaving Soap. Take a look at that, because that is a labor of love. That is truly a labor of love. I so enjoy making that and mailing it out. And I enjoy doing this. I've been reading tarot cards since, I would say, seriously, since the early 80s. So I never cease to be amazed by these cards. They blow my mind, that's, to use that expression. And speaking of, again, I showed you this last week. This is a gumball tarot. These are teeny weeny little tarot cards in here with a paper that you can lay them out on. It's a marvel. They used to sell those in gumball machines in the late 60s, early 70s at head shops. Now, if you don't know what a head shop is, you're younger than I am, that's for sure. And they were on very flimsy paper. This is why it's very rare to find an original set of the vending machine tarot. But I came across one in the most unexpected place. I don't want to talk about that, but I did. And I scanned them, and I restored them, and I put them on cardstock. So these are not going to crumble like they did in the 60s. And I put them in capsules here. You can see that too. either at mojoacademy.org or magic-works.com. That's magic with a K, by the way, MAGICK. I just see, I spend my time making these things. Here, this is a calculator. Look at that beauty. That is 3 dials that rotate. It's not the dial of destiny that bombed at the box office, didn't it? Maybe it didn't, I don't know. But it is something that if you know how to use it and you do magic rituals to enhance your life, that will tell you the right time and day to do the ritual. And I make those. It's just everything I do, I learned in kindergarten arts and crafts. It's called neoteny, folks. That's a word you should look up. Neoteny. Because that's probably the biggest problem in the world today, but it's my strength. It's hey, look, what can I tell you? You know, we're all in this together, right, folks? So why don't we get to the readings now before I babble and my head falls off? Let's ring that magic gong first of all. And as I tried to say last week, but my teeth wiggled, I guess. The significance of that is we're gong do the show now. Let's ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. And now we'll draw back the curtain on the magical window and get to our first reading. And that is Robert in Phoenix, Arizona. Hello, Robert. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello. How are you?
Well, I'm hanging in there. How are you doing?
Yeah, me too. Just hanging in there.
Yeah, I'm having all kinds of trouble with bureaucracies. I wasn't. When my wife passed away, and that's hard enough. But the bureaucracies are insane. They're just crazy, and I can't convince them that I am who I am. So I've got to take care of that again and again and again. So, but I'm determined to succeed. How are you doing? What's up in your life that you want to look at?
Oh boy. Well, speaking of wives passing away, my wife recently passed away.
Oh gosh!
And I'm sort of looking for clarification. What am I supposed to do now, and things like that.
You know, I've got a friend just 2 doors away on where I live who went through this a number of years ago. And I haven't yet had a chance to talk to him, but I don't know. I guess it's different for everybody. I mean, I knew one. I don't want. This is just this. I knew one guy who had a couple of children in their teens, and his wife passed away, and he killed himself. You know, and left them orphans. You know, now I can't imagine doing that. Can you?
Yeah. That's not.
No, you know, this is horrible, but you know, it's so difficult to deal with.
It is, yeah.
Would you like to have a specific question looked at, or do you want me to just see what the cards show?
Yeah, sure what the cards have to say.
I'll shuffle them up. And we'll think about your question, which is kind of an open-ended question, really. You just want to look at the situation, right?
Right. Yeah.
That's fine.
See what's coming.
Okay, now let me cut the deck. And the 3 of Cups is an interesting card to get here because that is about getting what you need through your friends.
Right, yeah.
And that friends can be supportive. So if you can, you know, if you can tap into that, it'll be very good. The 7 of Cups here is about a confused mind. I don't mean an addled mind. I mean a mind that's filled with various things. I happen to like the state of that card because it means a person has too many thoughts and ideas. But I'd rather have too many ideas than no ideas at all. So that's just me.
Yeah.
But that's what I see there. The Queen of Coins is here. That relates to money and handling money well. Not the high priestess, the empress is here. That's a woman who is creative and can get things done. Somebody may come through to help you here. Your ultimate thing here underneath it all is the Ten of Cups, which is there's a rainbow and a family and happiness. This represents a happy home and joy, which if you're like me, is the furthest thing from your mind right now. But this will come out okay according to these cards. There's money coming. First of all, in my case, my Social Security benefits are going to go up, which is, whoopee, right? It's good news. I'd rather have her back, but...
Right, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean there.
The star is here. That's a card of hope and optimism. That's now, you see, these are the kind of messages that are like bromides. It's always darkest before the dawn. We don't need to hear that. I believe, but I do see things are going to work out well. The Ace of Swords is here now. That's fascinating because that will symbolize. I showed you that card. I told you about the card, the Seven of Cups, which was a kind of disorganized thought process, a lot of thoughts. This is the sword. The Ace of Swords is about the beginning of a new way of thinking.
Right.
Your mind is changing and growing.
Right.
And there's things coming. There's good things coming your way, which is this card, the Three of Rods. There are things in your life that amount to seeds you planted, and they are going to come back to you. Not soon, but not long either. So I've got more swords here, and I see. Now the Ten of Swords is a fascinating card. I'll stop with that one. That means the worst in life has happened to you, and you're gonna get through it. You're gonna get up and rise up.
That's encouraging.
Yeah, well, but it's again, these are like bromides, in my opinion. But it's good to see. If anything hideous was here, I would tell you. But here's another one: the King of Coins. You had a queen with coins, and now here's the King of Coins. So there's money. There's definitely money in your future. Here's the Ace of Swords again. That's a bit of a palliative. You can't look. Don't let them kid you. You can buy happiness. You know that. You're old enough to know that, right? The Page of Coins, that's the physical appearance of money. So here's here's the message I'm getting is from your what you're going through now. First of all, look to your friends for support. If you're fortunate enough to actually have friends, because this kind of stuff scares people away. Your mind is growing, and you're going to grow financially. That's what's going to be coming, and you're going to be quite successful shortly. That's the Six of Rods. This is you're going to come out of this with a new way of looking at the world, a new perspective, and you're going to be one of these people who knows how to make money. Are you already like that?
Not really.
Okay. I'll give you an example. As a guy like this I won't mention his name, but you know who he is. He had a TV talk show and he just got fired because he was losing. He was getting paid $15 million a year, and he was losing $40 million a year for the company. And he was alienating half of his audience. This is not a person who understands business, you know. So things are not going to go well for that person. I took a look, actually. Now, he's being replaced by a gentleman named Byron Allen, who I'm not 100% sure, but I think he's a billionaire because of his business enterprises. He's been producing movies for years and years and working his butt off and making movies. And a lot of people don't know who he is, but he knows that his job is not to antagonize people. His job is to entertain people. And Byron Allen is going to become bigger than ever. You watch. Now, one last card for you is the Fool. That is an outstanding card. That is the card of the person who has divine protection. That is the card the Romani people consider the person who gets that card the beloved of God. So you're going through a cesspool right now in life. But you're going to come out. You're going to the Fool is holding a flower. You're going to come out smelling of roses. You know what I mean? You're going to do just fine. Here is the Judgment card. You're going to get that which is coming to you. You know, for some people in this life that's a threat, but not for you.
That's good.
So, Robert, you're going. Oh, look, I've got a note here from the producer. Byron Allen owns the Weather Channel. Now, you see, this is a man who knows how to diversify. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah,
he's a smart man, and he was a stand-up comic. Is how he started. And you know, I spent 10 years around stand-up comics, and they're not all that smart. But the ones who are smart are really smart. So, you know, now, which is the guy we were discussing who just got fired? He was never a stand-up comic. He was an actor playing a stand-up comic. That's a very different thing, you know. I mean, I used to have conversations nightly many years ago with Bill Maher, who was an arch conservative in those days, and that was rare, you know, especially among New York comedians. But they, you know, there you go. It's to each his own. So look, you're going to come out fine. This.
Thank you. Yeah.
Again, I just cut the cards again and got the Fool again. That showed up twice now for you. Good Lord. I never got that one once, you know. So you hang in there because the good stuff is, as the cliche goes, in the cards. And you're going to do just fine. Yeah. Do what you have to do to get through this now. And if grief inhibits you from doing normal things, get help professionally. I mean, I've spoken to a person a couple of times to try to, you know, which is kind of odd because I'm an old man. And I was speaking to somebody like 50 years younger than me, you know, and getting advice, you know, and it's kind of odd, but you know, who am I to judge? She may have an old soul, right? So get help where you can if you need it. Don't be shy. You can send me an email anytime. I'm easy to find. Okay?
Okay, great. Okay,
it's been great talking to you, and I especially love that I was delivering good news. So
yes, I really appreciate that. I needed that.
Well, Robert, I cut the cards one more time to get you one last card, and it's the card of justice. So again, that goes to like the other one. You will be getting that which you deserve.
Right, rebalance. Yeah.
And it'll be good. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you for it.
I will light a white candle to send positive energy your way. Okay.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much for calling in. Bye-bye now. And, the vicissitudes of life, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we deal with. That's what tarot is about. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, which specializes in positive energy. That's why I'm here. So I've been here for like 14, 15 years now. And it's ingrained in me, and I love it. I would do this every day if I could. But, we got to let other people do it once in a while, too. Let's go over to Minnesota for Genevieve. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm very well. How about yourself?
Well, I'm getting over a pretty bad day. But I'm getting good vibes from everyone I talk to. So I really appreciate that. What can I look at for you tonight?
Well, I guess I've been feeling a little stuck on my journey. I've been on a pretty intense spiritual awakening, healing journey for the last 5 years, and trying to build a spiritual business as a psychic empath and energy healer.
Okay, let me stop you. Let me stop you right there, because I just want to let you know that when you get this off the ground, and notice I did not say if, okay? When you get this off the ground, get in touch with me, and I'll give you a page at my website.
Okay, that would be great.
To promote your endeavor. How's that?
That would be absolutely wonderful.
So maybe that's a bit of an incentive. Keep that in mind. So anyway, continue, please. He's been doing it 5 years. That sounds like a long time, but it isn't. It's
right.
Time goes
and
by so fast.
It does, and just in the last year has been probably the most intense out of the 5. I left a relationship with a very loving person, but the relationship was sort of holding me back in reaching for my gifts and reaching, to be who I am. And I guess lately I've just been feeling a little stagnant and a little stuck in the love category and my purpose, and sort of kind of as I continue to expand and grow within myself, kind of losing sight of direction a little bit.
Well, let me tell you what the cards have here. While you were talking, I pulled out some cards. The first card I have is the Ace of Rods, which signifies a new business endeavor. Believe it or not, these cards are right on the money for you. So it's telling me that you will get the business going. The King of Rods here tells me that you'll master that. Now the 10 of Swords is here. I had that earlier for someone. That is a card that is nasty looking, but it means that a lot of people think it signifies death, but it doesn't. It signifies that life has thrown some very difficult, bad things at you, but you've survived those, and you're going to get up, and you're going to be just fine. So, in the larger sense, it means the bad times are over. Okay, that means you're either coming to the end of bad times in your life, or you've come to the end of bad times. It's either right around the corner, or you're right in it. And the Star is here, which is hope and optimism. And the Emperor is here, which means that you will master what you're looking to do. So I don't see any negative here. I think that people don't understand that when you want to get into things like this, you have to pay a price. And you've paid the price, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely.
It's an upheaval in the life, because we're doing something out of the ordinary, although this kind of stuff that we do was very common once among a lot of people.
Right.
But it's you have to be brutally honest with yourself in order to do this for other people. And that can hurt.
Yeah.
But what I'm seeing here is that you will get this going. That's the ace of rods is a new business. You know, that's exactly what you're talking about. One last card for you is the Sun. That's a great card, man. That is healing and health and growth and joy. You're about to get into all of that. You're about to get just what you need and what you have been working for. So hang in there and realize that the whole point of this is for not just your own good, but the good of humanity. This is why I was joking earlier about charging $85 for every call, because, you know, we are ultimately public service workers.
Right. Yeah.
Here's I'm really getting tired of these good cards for you here. You know, this is the world. That's assured success. The next card is the Eight of Cups. That means you're getting from where you want to be, of where you are to where you want to be. That's the path you're on, and you're getting there. Gosh, these cards are reflecting exactly what you said. And the Four of Rods is happiness and joy and a happy home. This is look. Let's put it in the most crass terms. This is going to pay off very well for you. Because you're not doing it for money. You know, I mean, pay off in terms of serenity and in terms of joy and happiness. You know, there's easier ways to make a buck. I've told this story before. I'll tell it again if you don't mind a digression.
Please do.
I once, here in New York City, I just took a walk along Central Park West. At the gates of Central Park, and I stopped people and I asked them for money, and a lot of people gave me money. You know, total strangers handed me money, and I went to a church and put it in the poor box. But then a little while later, I went to the same spot at the same time, and I walked in the same path. And I asked people if they would take a moment to listen to me. Not one person stopped. Nobody cared. So I became convinced that of all the things we need in life, money is probably the easiest one to get. I mean, they keep printing the stuff, you know. They keep running it off. Banks keep lending it out to people. When I was a screenwriter, everything I did was financed by rich people. You know, who wanted to buy their seat at the table of entertainment. You know, that's one of the things that some people don't understand, is that a lot of wealthy people, they'll spread that money around. Not in a charity way, although they do that. I'm talking about investing. And I met people so rich, it's mind-boggling. I met a guy in Connecticut who came into Manhattan for lunch every day by yacht. You know, so that's a whole layer of rich that I can't deal with. You know, I can't even comprehend it. So, you know, but you and I and others like us are looking for different kinds of riches, and you're going to find them. I have found it, and you will too. I mean, the cards show me that you will start that business. I mean, I said the first thing I got was the Ace of Rods. There's a King of Coins. That's, again, the person who can master the money. So you know, there's money involved. So, you know, you don't shy away from money, you know, but it's not worth making it your whole life. I knew a guy, a wonderful, funny guy who passed away years ago, who used to pronounce from a stage, he'd just say, money is great, but it's not worth working for. And he was a philosopher. He was a comedic philosopher. He did very well in life on meager income, but it was what he needed. It's all he needed. You know, the people who wrote for David Letterman used to consult him. So, you know, that's high praise. So, you know, keep my offer in mind. You know, you can find me anywhere by looking up online Reverend Elliott's Magical Window or Reverend Elliott or magic-works.com, magick-works.com. And when you're ready, we'll communicate, and I will give you a page at my on my website. Okay, that's a promise.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. I have a web page that's up and running, and you know I do have offerings and things.
Yeah, well, you can use the page on my website to direct people to yours. You know, it's that simple. If you know, it couldn't hurt, right?
Sure. Absolutely. I will find you.
Okay, some people have done that. They have taken advantage of that. So keep it in mind. I'm going to see if I can get a couple of more calls in before the end. But it's been delightful speaking to you, and it's such positivity in these cards. I'm going to cut the cards one more time. Here, there's the Two of Cups. That's a card that means new romance is coming. You may not be ready for that, but there it is, right? It's in the cards. So good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye now. And now we're going to go to Australia, halfway around the world. And back. Well, more than halfway around the world is less than halfway around the world from the other direction. It's Katia in Victoria. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Oh, hi. How are you?
Katia, how are you? How are you?
Yes, hi. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm getting a lot of good energy from the people tonight. So what can I look at for you?
Good.
Yeah, that's a benefit.
When am I going to meet someone? That's my question.
To meet someone? Well, you know, the world's crawling. The world's crawling with people.
Oh, yeah, I don't meet them.
Yeah, get out there and say hello to the people. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what the cards have to say about that. Well, this is a card that is the result of meeting somebody. It's the Four of Rods. That's a happy home, and it shows a couple and flowers. And so, yeah, you know. Now, here's a card that this is the third time tonight I've gotten for somebody. That's the Ten of Swords. That means the bad times are over. And that's followed again. And I shuffled these. The World, which is a card meaning assured success. So you're going to be fine. It's coming. You are going to meet somebody. Now look at this. Oh gosh, this is beautiful. The Six of Cups is here. Cups are romance and affairs of the heart. And that means that you may run into somebody who you were involved with many years ago. Or I shouldn't say many because I don't know how old you are. I did that one time and I upset somebody. Somebody from way back in your past. He said, "How old do you think I am?" You know, but you know, this could be an early romance that could be rekindled, which that's what the Six of Cups is. There's a possibility, but you see, the next card is again. It blows my mind when I keep getting this for people because I've never gotten it for myself, is the Fool, which is the card of the person who is the beloved of the deity, the beloved of God. That means you have divine spiritual protection. Now, I had this card just a moment ago for the previous person, and now I have it for you. It's the Two of Cups. Two of Cups means, you ready for you sitting down? Two of Cups means you're going to meet somebody new and there'll be a romance. Exactly what you asked. Now, according to did you recently have a bad relationship with somebody?
Oh, years ago.
Okay, because
you know. Single for 6 years.
Well, you see, because I got the Three of Swords here, and that's a sword pierced with a heart pierced with swords, and it's crying. The symbolism is obvious, it's sadness from a relationship. But it's telling me that even though it was some time ago, it still is resonating within you. You still feel the pain of that, correct?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, well, let me tell you about the next card, because this is just, sometimes these cards spell out a complete story, and it's shocking how they do that. Two of Cups means you're going to meet somebody. There's a lot of potential to that.
Okay, yep.
Three of Swords means you're still carrying pain from a previous relationship. Six of Swords means it shows a person propelling a little boat from rough waters to calm waters. That means that you are moving yourself from rough waters to calm waters. You're moving yourself from where you are now to where you want to be. And you're going to be successful at that. So I wouldn't be too concerned about the lingering pain, because here I have the Wheel of Fortune, which means change is coming into your life. And the change, what is the nature of the change? The Ace of Cups. Cups are romance, and the aces are the beginning. See, these cards are telling me that there is romance in your immediate future, which is followed by the Hierophant, which is the symbol of marriage. Now, you may not want to get married, but it's a possibility.
Okay.
Okay, well, this is what that card is. When people ask about romance and the Hierophant comes up, it means you're going to enter a relationship that's going to result in marriage. And the Temperance card is here. That means it'll be wonderfully balanced. It will bring great balance to your life. This is just a great story these cards are telling. And you are in for a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful ride. And it all begins with that Two of Cups, where you're going to meet somebody, okay? Now,
all right, hope you soon. Thank you.
You can go to askoneradio.com at the archive and listen to this if it starts wearing off, because this is one of the most wonderful readings I've ever gotten for somebody, and the whole story is there. You're going to meet, you're going to erase the heartache, you're going to have progress. That's the boat. You're going to it's going to result in happiness and marriage. And balance in your life. This is the whole 9 yards. So
okay, good.
You're going to do well, okay? Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye.
And let's see if we can get one more call in before we go. Victoria, right here in New York, in Brooklyn. Hi, Victoria. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
Well, I'm doing better than when I started. How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing well.
Well, let's see if we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
I would say love and work, if that's possible.
Of course it's possible. Anything is possible, and those are things that people look at all the time. So let's see which one shows up first, or if they both do. We have people who combine those, and they end up in jail, but, that's... what can I tell you?
Yeah, that gets a little crazy, I'm sorry.
I'm shuffling it up for you. I've got a good amount of time here. I had this card for somebody earlier, just before you, in terms of romance. It's the possibility of meeting somebody you were involved with early in your life. I'm not making it sound like you're an ancient person, but there may have been somebody you were involved. One of your first romances may come back. These are excellent cards I want you to know about here, because the Four of Rods, I have that too all day today. Happy home. The world, assured success. The Ten of Swords, the bad times are over. Here's a card I haven't gotten very often. I don't think I got it at all tonight, is the Eight of Rods. That means that this is coming to you now. It's on the way. The Ten of Cups is the happiest card in the deck. and that shows a happy family. And I'm not getting much here about work, but I'm sure as heck getting stuff about love and romance, and it's all of the best cards in the deck. Now, here's another one. This is the Four of Cups. That shows a hand coming out of a cloud, and you don't see it. The symbolism here is that there's somebody who's interested in you who hasn't made it known. So see if you can spot that in your circle of acquaintances and friends. Because this card keeps coming up. It's the sun. It's health and healing and growth and happiness. Right now, I'm not getting anything about work, but emotionally, romantic emotion stuff seems to be more important in your life, and it's going to come to a splendid conclusion. You're going. Here's the Ace of Coins, so that tells me that there's going to be a new income stream in your life. So if you're looking for a new job, you may be getting a job that pays better, or you may find something that pays better. So it's as soon as I tell you that the cards are not answering the question, it answers that question. These cards are sarcastic, But here's the Nine of Cups. You're going to be emotionally very happy and very satisfied. That's the Nine of Cups. There's a warning with that card that people are going to be envious. You'll be so happy. Now, warnings like that we can live with, wouldn't you say? So I think you're, according to these cards, the Two of Cups. That's the one that's, you see, notice how often cups are coming up. That means you're going to meet somebody new. So you'll either be getting involved with somebody from years ago, or you'll meet somebody new, or both. Your plate will be quite full. I think that romantically, you're on the cusp of something new. That's what the Eight of Rods is saying. It's on it's on the way. It's right here almost. So this is going to be very good for you. So keep an eye out, because like I said, there's somebody out there who's interested in you. I just cut the cards and got that again. And here's the Ten of Cups. The cups again. That is the happiest card in the deck. Here's the Ace of Cups. That means the beginning of romance. I think you're going to be fine. Okay, if you want any follow-up, just send me an email at asktarot@earthlink.net, or you can find me on the web anywhere. You just look up Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. If you want to know how this progresses, I'll be happy to do some follow-up. Look, the Page of Cups. That's the actual physical appearance of a new romance. You're doomed. You're going to be doomed to happiness and a good relationship. Okay. Here, the Lovers. What more do you want, right? But if you as time progresses, and these things start to fade from the mind, which they do, just drop me an email, and I won't charge you. I'll just look at a few more cards for you. Okay, that's a gift because you have such a bright future. All right.
Thank you.
I've got to run. I've only got a minute and a half left, but I'm glad I was able to speak to you, Victoria. Bye-bye now.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
A fellow New Yorker, right? So long now. And that's it for this edition of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. We'll be back again next week to look through the magical window and see what's going on in your life and in the world. And until then, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Crazy Hump Day. This is your Mini Medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. I hope you all are having a beautiful Wednesday, chaotic day, as I feel like I have. It's been a lot going on here in Utah. I don't know if any of you that are not in Utah, if you live in Utah, you know what's going on, but we are just being hit and bombarded with fires. So, I mean, you literally go outside and you can't even see, depending on where you live, your neighbor across the street. So I just ask for all of you out there to please send your prayers, your love, your light, your good energy, whatever it is that you believe in, to our firefighters, to our first responders, to everybody that's on the front line, and then of course to everybody, in the surrounding areas that some have lost some homes, thank goodness. From what I understand, knock on wood, no lives. So, it's been a lot. So, and we just had a crazy, very quick burst of a thunderstorm rain go through. So thank goodness, just a little bit, everything helps. So it's been a crazy day and a crazy week, but I am here and I'm so excited for what comes today. Lots of beautiful energy, even with the chaos. I say that, life is a beautiful struggle, but you just have to embrace the chaos, and it's all about how you react and respond. And I'll tell you, I'm trying to react and respond in a positive way. So I'm happy to be here, though. So happy to be here. So we're going to, of course, we're going to be doing readings tonight, but I want to do an affirmation, as we always do. And I thought this one was kind of fun. Of course, I love doing these, they're called sweet ass or smart ass affirmations. They're hilarious. So, but they're also very motivational. I'm going to bleep out some of the bad words, just so my beautiful, amazing producer doesn't have to worry about doing that himself. But I wanted to kind of throw out there first and foremost, the number I've been seeing all day today has been the number 16. So 1616. So this is where spirit comes in and just starts to give me messages, whether it's from the other side or whether it's spirit guides. So it'll connect with like the 16th of a month, January 6, 2016, age of 16. This is kind of how spirit likes to work, to kind of give me a heads up of who I'm going to be meeting, giving readings to, or maybe it's just even validation. So we'll see how that goes. But we're going to read this affirmation, and then of course we're going to take our callers for tonight. This affirmation says, and I loved this because I'm such a fan of the Aurora Borealis. So if you guys know the beautiful lights that happen, and we here in Utah don't get it very often, but others, I think it's more what northern states get to experience the Aurora Borealis, and then of course Alaska. But this says, I am the Aurora Borealis. I light up the world with my glow. So the message says, Mama Earth is calling you. She says, go outside because your butt, we're bleeping that out, your butt is ungrounded. The digital wormholes of infinite media and propaganda have sucked you in. Boy, isn't that true, right? You must you must rewield the unsullied child within you. 15 years ago, it was common to take a break from the natural world to browse the matrix. Now you take a break from the matrix to browse the natural world. Boy, isn't that true? Nothing glorious lies in smashing buttons with your fingers and screaming at screens until your brain explodes and your eyes start to bleed. It sucks to be around others who are stuck in the web too. But the aurora borealis, the torch that guides the lost back into the natural light. The world needs your amazing glow more than ever. So there you go, my friends. Get outside, get off your phones, go enjoy. Even as I said, ironically, here in Utah, it's a little icky outside, but I'll tell you, I really quick kind of story, and this reminded me, we were at, I believe it was even a wedding or something, and there was all this beautiful, we were outside and all the beautiful nature and things beautiful around you. And I'm sitting there looking around, and there was majority of the guests sitting there deep into their phones, right? And so missing all of the moments that were happening around them, so put the phones down, enjoy and soak up everything that's around you, because you just never know when that will be gone, right? So I think it's a beautiful message, and it's kind of very sarcastic way. So, okay. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and take our first caller, and I have got Meg from Wisconsin. Hi, Meg. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
Hello. I'm okay. Thank you. How are you?
Oh, I'm not too bad, hon. Thank you for asking. How can I help you tonight?
Well, I was wondering if you could either, whatever you pick up, if you could look into my money situation or with my boyfriend. So I've been having a really hard time lately, but those are the two. I was wondering if you're getting anything on, any news or any, I don't know.
Sure.
It's been hard.
And it's been very difficult with your boyfriend. Is that what you were saying?
With him, he said it was going great until we didn't have a very good weekend, and he asked for some time, and then it's just been kind of weird since then. We have seen each other since then, and we've have some good days. But I told him, I'm like, I don't want to be in this limbo. You need to figure out what you want and let me know, because
Yeah. Right. Okay, hon. Okay, let me. I'm going to pull a few cards for you, and let's kind of see what we get. And I'll just kind of course, I like to use the cards more as kind of just a visual validation of what my gifts are bringing. So, but if the meaning of the tarot meshes, we'll talk about it. But so I think I'm really more focused on the relationships. So we'll kind of just hone in on that first.
Okay.
And so before we do, though, I did mention the number 16 a minute ago. Now, does that number resonate with you as far as any kind of birth date, death date, or January 6, 2016?
My son was born in 2016.
Oh, beautiful. Okay. That's what I was hoping to hear. Okay. Love it. All right. Well, just some beautiful validation, my friend, that we are meant to meet. I love it. Okay. All right. Okay, hon. So I pulled just two cards for you, and I'm going to show them on, of course, on the screen here. So those who are watching video live, you pulled the Magician card, and that card did come out of the deck reversed. And then the other card you pulled is the beautiful Hierophant card, and that came out right side up. So you pulled two very strong, very major arcana is what we call it. So it really is kind of validating, in a sense, of how important, of course, this relationship is to you, how much this has affected you, where things are at right now. Anytime cards come out of the deck reversed, such as that Magician card, it really is about what we call shadow work. It's really going to be kind of validating the work that you need to work on, or the work, the work that you already know you need to work on. And it's the things that, that stem from your past. So when I saw this come out for you, and then the Herald Fund is all about connecting with your highest self. It's about finding your happiness, finding what I call your true north. So this really, for me, hun, without a doubt, is that you've lost yourself a little bit in this relationship, and he may be feeling that for himself as well. And so it's kind of where I said, when I heard you say he wanted to take a break. And personally, I have to get out of my Stephanie, brain and get into my mini medium brain. And because my Stephanie brain would be doing the same thing as you and being like, well, why do you need a break? But then my, intuitive side is going, well, there's more to this, right? So,
right, yeah.
I just feel, I'm not a fan of quote unquote breaks. I just, that's a personal thing for me. I think that it should be, let's sit down and let's have, I call it the come to Jesus talk, let's figure this out. So I feel like during this time that he is wanting this break, I want you to really take some time to find you, hun, because I feel like you've lost that magic, and that's why the Magician card came out upside down as well, just validating that. And I really feel like picking up on you. Oh, go ahead, hon.
We have had some talks. We have had some talks about a lot of things, and I mean, it's been a while. This has been going on, and I have redirected my focus on me as he took, because I know he needs that time. But we have had some good talks. I am waiting, though. I'm not going to push him. I'm not going to ask. But I am waiting for him to open up and actually talk to me. But he did talk to me and address the things that I wanted to talk about, and then some a little bit. So those conversations have started.
Good. Yeah. Good. Well, and I really do feel like, if anything, that's going to help bring down some of his walls that I feel like, he's got a lot of work to do, as I feel like many of us do. But the one thing I really can't kind of, what's the word I'm looking for, dismiss, I guess, is the fact that I picked up on your son's, year of birth. And that right there is a sign to me of just you really focusing on how an amazing mom you are, spending time with him more, regardless of how old he is, it's just these signs of like, okay, this break is going to help me to build that relationship with my son more. I'm going to find myself. And then I really feel, I know it's a cliche saying, but if it's meant to be, it'll be, right? And for him, this break, I feel there's something that has just really hit him in the last 6 months that I feel he is just struggling to process. So I don't know if you know what that is. Does that make sense?
I could take a guess, and he's alluded to a few things, but I don't know for sure. So.
Yeah. Okay. Do you know if he, and maybe you do, being that you guys have known each other a while, but do you know if he's really had some disconnect, or dad has passed, or there's disconnect with his dad?
Yes. Him and his parents broke up or divorced, and his mom, he was a very unruly, very behavioral child, got kicked out of every school, and the mom couldn't take care of him because of her own mental health, so she said, Dad, you need to take him, and that dad was a severe alcoholic, wasn't there for him, seemed pretty abusive. He doesn't really talk about it. The one story he did open up about was his dad had a girlfriend. He lived with his grandparents because his dad was an alcoholic, and then he went to go and live with his girlfriend in Pennsylvania, and his dad left him there for 3 months and never came back. So that's the stuff he has shared with me this far. I haven't, I just listen because it's really rare when he does share stuff like that.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I feel like he's really very selective of what he shares because he's just not that kind of person. So, which is a beautiful sign that he's trusting you, and I just feel there's something going on with Dad again. It just feels like it's something has come back up, and it really has triggered him a little bit. So just give him some time. I really feel, like I said, take some time for you, hun. Give it some time. I even feel like here, and I know we're almost close to the end of June, but by the end of this month, so here in the next week, you're going to see a shift coming. Now, we are going into Mercury retrograde, so just be very mindful that during that time, people go back in, they kind of go in their shells, or they explode. They just kind of like, just like a volcano. So just kind of give him his time, and I think you'll see things start to make sense, okay?
Okay.
All right, my friend. Well, thank you for calling, hun. I appreciate it, and have a wonderful evening, and I'm wishing you so much good luck and love and light.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the reading.
You're welcome, hun. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
All right, guys, beautiful. We have time for another reading. And this is Kelly in Virginia. Hi, Kelly. This is Mini Medium. How are you?
All right. How are you? Thank you so much for taking my call.
Oh, my gosh, you're so welcome. How can I help you tonight?
Yeah, I just, I'm still kind of lost on trying to find, a way to make it in this ever-changing, crazy world right now. And, I've got a lot of physical pain and I take care of my elderly mother and a lot of stress. And I just want to try to find something to take care of my family more than I do now. And, kind of lost.
Yeah. Okay. And all right. So maybe just a little bit of kind of a, I know that we don't have a lot of time, but maybe focus on just maybe some guidance on what you can do over the next, 6 months of this year. Is that kind of what you're hoping for?
Yeah, just feeling kind of lost and confused as to what would really fit for me. And, I'm almost 52 and I have a lot of chronic pain and,
I hear you, my friend. I just turned 51 and I'm like, what's going on? I'm falling apart,
Yeah, the 50s have really
yeah, I know. Serious. Amen, my friend. Well, I also suffer from an autoimmune deficiency and chronic pain. I have fibromyalgia and, degenerative disc disease. And, I live in Utah. I know you're in Virginia, so I'm sure you understand the weather, that doesn't help. And so we just kind of have to, as I say, put the big girl panties on and you just push through it and do what you can. But sometimes that's, not so easy, right? You have your good and your bad days. And when you have your bad days, you just feel completely defeated. So I get it, hun. Well, I pulled a couple cards for you. And I'm going to kind of show them on screen here. So both of your cards came out right side up. You pulled this 8 of Cups card. And then you pulled this 5 of Swords card. Now, both of these cards are really about fighting, defending, protecting. And I know without a doubt that is you to a T, my friend. You are a fighter, defender, protector. I can feel it. I can see it. And whether that's, for your mom, your other family. But what's happening, I feel, is the cup, if you will, if you look at a cup when it's right side up, what that means is that cup can be filled, but it also means that cup can run over, right? So it's like when they say my cup runneth over, meaning, I'm very blessed, but also can mean my cup runneth over with crap, So what I feel, just some things I see coming, and maybe just to give you some maybe some hope and inspiration for this year. This year, I mean, we're only, well, I say only in July almost, but gosh, it's gone by so fast.
Yeah.
But this year has been very difficult. But what is happening is we're in the year of the 1. So if you add up the numbers in 2026, they equal the number 10. But we dropped the 0. We were left with the number 1, which in numerology, it's the first number. So this year is all about new beginnings and fresh starts and rebuilding. So I feel like what's happening right now is you're just feeling all of the old stuff from your past is starting to kind of, I know it sounds weird and maybe not such a great way to put it, but it's kind of falling apart so that new stuff can come in, right? Because if you don't let go of the past crap, then you can't make room for the new. And one of the things, right? And one of the things I feel is happening is it's the energy, it's the mindset. It's like there's so much focus on the cup that's running over with crap, and the cup that's running over with goodness is being neglected, so it's kind of drying out. Does that make sense?
Right.
No, it's a weird way to put it.
No, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. And then there's the third cup, and that third cup is you, my friend. And that's you filling up your cup. It's about the fact that you have neglected yourself, which is something that just we as women, and no offense to any of the men out there, but we're not built that way. We some of us do it to a fault, and we help others before we help ourselves. And so, how do you connect with the month of August? I don't know why I just need to ask you that. So,
my mother's birthday.
Perfect. Okay. Now, has your dad crossed over?
No, but I do have an uncle that was like a dad, and both my grandfathers that were like dads to me that have crossed over.
Okay. Okay. Very strong energy, very strong feeling. My whole right side got goosebumps the minute that I brought up Mom's birthday. And even that feeling of wanting you to know that they're there for you, they are helping you, they're doing everything they can to guide you. They're just both saying, okay, Kelly, you need to listen. You're not listening. You're not seeing our signs because you're so, engrossed in everything else, which is normal. It's the human side of us that is, we're kind of stubborn jerks sometimes, It's just how we are, and I'm getting boy, the number 13 is coming up as well. Do you connect with that number?
My grandfather's birthday. The one that passed over that was like a dad.
He just validated it's him. This is him, my friend. Wow. So beautiful.
He promised me he would connect with me from the other side before he died.
Oh my God. Look at the great way he just did it. He's like, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it for national radio, international. We're going to spread it out. Oh, Kelly, this is so good. Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Oh, no, you're welcome. And I always say, I'm just the messenger. Your grandfather, you're right. He is such a very strong father figure. And there's such a feeling of him just worried about you. And I know you're dealing with all this chronic pain but I know stress can really, trigger that, and I know it's easier said than done. But please take some time. You have this very fire energy, but I also feel very earthy. Can I ask what your zodiac sign is?
Yes, it's Aquarius, but I also have Scorpio, Pisces, and Sagittarius is my north node, which I seem to be leaning into now.
That's exactly it. Yep, that Sagittarius. My youngest daughter's a Sag, and that fire, that's what I want you to focus on. It's really about you finding yourself again and going, I've gotten this far. I am an amazing woman. I'm, an incredible daughter.
Yeah.
And Grandpa comes in and he's like, you got this. It's just his way of just a subtle message in a sense. I mean, I think it's not so subtle, but he sure does.
No.
Amazing.
it warms my heart to know that he's proud of me because I always wanted to make him proud.
Absolutely,
You
my
know.
friend. So proud of you. And I know that's something that when I do my readings, I tell all my clients, I'm an evidential medium. I want to give you more than just they're here with you, they love you. I want them to validate things that I would not know. And for him to bring up his birthday, your mom's birthday, it's beautiful. It's his way of just saying, I'm going to make sure you know it's me. Right?
Yeah.
Amazing. And also, there is such a feeling, I'm kind of doing my little scribbling here, but, and this is really coming from him. Well, I just heard, and I didn't catch it quite fast enough, I think, but I just heard a 2-syllable R name, like Roger, Robert, Ronald, Richard. Does that ring a bell at all for you?
There is, one of my uncles was Uncle Robert. Yes.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, well, just maybe some validation of him being here, but I know that, gosh, I just got noticed. I got less than a minute to wrap up, but I hope this helped you, my friend, and just knowing that he's proud of you and you've got this. You're so welcome, my friend.
You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Oh, well, thank you. Thanks, hon. You too. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, you guys. Another beautiful night, another beautiful reading, 2 readings, and I can't wait to see you guys next week. Please take care and send all that good love and light and protection and some rain to Utah. How's that? We'll see you next week. Bye, guys.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-45. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope you're having an absolutely fantastic week. Wherever you are in this planet of ours, I mean, a lot of people here in Australia and around the Commonwealth are watching the Commonwealth Games at the moment, so a lot of people are a little bit bleary-eyed. I must admit I haven't watched terribly much of it. It's been, on a not the appropriate time for me to sit down and watch the telly. But anyway, Australia's doing well, and that's the main thing. So this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is the 10 of Pentacles. Now, look, a lot of people love this card because it's money contentment. Who doesn't like a bit of money, especially at the moment when things seem to be very, very expensive in the world at the moment? It's the signing of a monetary agreement. It can be the time when we really need to be very, very careful about any agreement that we might be signing. And now that this is the perfect card to come out now that Mercury's gone direct, but it still doesn't mean that we don't read things very carefully before we sign our lives away to any sort of monetary agreement. It is also the card of money contentment. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean we're all going to win the lottery or anything like that. It just means that we're contented with where the direction of our money is flowing at the moment, that we're finally on top of it. We've got a plan, we've got a budget, we know where we're going, and we can start to sort of see that we can make some real progress. For some people, it may be the signing of a monetary agreement like buying a house, buying a new car, a major investment. If that's the case, please make sure that you read the contract very carefully and you fully understand the terms and conditions. And for other people, it may be signing a work contract that, they've just been offered a new contract at work. Make sure you read the fine print and you fully understand that as well. But it is overall a very, very positive card with possibly the increase of money coming towards us, which is always a nice thing. We could always do with a little bit more money in the coffers. It makes the world go round, as they say. But, I think love makes the world go round, but that's another story. But just be careful. If you are signing something on a monetary level, this is the card that is in your positive favour. Now, this week we've got an energy shift. We've gone out of Cancer, and it's now happy birthday to all the Leos. Now, this is the time of the year where I sort of find a lot of people start to get a little bit more excited, if I can say that. It's sort of like we're on the second half of the year, we're on the tail end run. We've got 4 months to go before Christmas, and people start thinking about, Christmas shopping, the end of the year, what sort of gifts I'm going to buy, how much money am I going to have I got a new contract coming up with work at the end of the year. There's lots of variables that happen at this time of the year, but it's also a time when no matter what your star sign is, we start to get a little bit of a perk in our step. We sort of start to feel the energy has really shifted from Cancer, where we were focused on being at home, being with the people that we love, sort of, wanting a bit of comfort food, sort of wanting to spend a bit more time in not so much seclusion, but in a safe, secure environment. Now the Leo energy is I want to get out there, I want to strap my stuff, I want to do something different. Where's the stage? I want to perform. And it doesn't matter what your star sign is, part of this will overflow to you, and you will start to feel as if, I've got to get out there, I've got to make my mark on the world, and I'm running out of time. Just slow down a little bit, take a breath, make sure that you've got a plan. Don't sort of just go out there willy-nilly and start strutting your stuff. Make sure that it's well organised, because Leo does actually like to be organised. Even though they like to be the lion and the king of the jungle and be the boss, they do like everything sort of well organised, even if it means delegating to other people to do the job for you, but that's okay. That's what Leos are for. but they do like to have everything sort of organised and like their kingdom to be well organised and clean and tidy. So that's really important. So for many of you, Mercury retrograde this year, this last one that we just went through, was a horrendous one because there didn't seem to be any end. It dragged on forever and ever and ever, or so it seemed. It also seemed to be a time where it dragged up a lot of emotional issues, and so it was meant to, because Mercury has been in Cancer. So it was there for a reason, to drag up emotional issues, no matter what your star sign was. It was asking you to revisit the past, look at things that you need to let go of, look at the things that you can deal with, and look at the things that may be coming up in the future that aren't quite ripe yet that you need to look at. And it was all very, very emotional. And a lot of people that I worked with over that period were sort of saying to me, I don't know where all this old stuff's coming from. It's really starting to annoy me. I thought I'd dealt with it. I thought I'd let go of all the hurt, the pain, and whatever. And here it is again. Well, yes, we can consciously do that. We can consciously let go of things and think that we've let go of things because we've looked at it, we've dealt with it, and we've sort of said to the universe, here, you can take it away, or we've flushed it, or we've done whatever. But sometimes we leave a little bit in the back of our unconscious mind that says, I'm keeping that just in case I need that information again. And when it comes up under a Mercury retrograde, you sort of look at it and you think, why on earth did I keep that useless piece of information? Well, at the time it wasn't useless. At the time it was important. At the time you, for whatever reason, thought you needed to retain that information for future reference. So don't be too hard on yourself. It was like really emptying your hard drive. You know, you can have your hard drive on your laptop or your computer or your device, but if you keep adding stuff to it, eventually it gets full and it can't add any more. Well, that's what was happening with all of us, that we'd added too much. Our hard drive of our mind was too full and we needed to empty it. So you know, your hard drive's full, you start systematically going through your files and thinking, I don't need that anymore and I can get rid of that, or I can put that on an external drive, I can put it somewhere else. Well, this is exactly what Mercury was asking you to do. So Mercury has now gone direct. People are starting to sort of feel the momentum of that, of starting to feel a little bit more positive, a little bit more confident in conversations and being able to send emails and messages and snail mail and things like that. So it's a good time. So, you know, Mercury affects all of us. Just because it's sitting in Cancer, it's not just affecting the water signs, it's affecting the whole 12 signs. Now we're going to move on to a fairly complex sort of aspect. When I say complex, it's not just one planet sitting in one energy. It's making a configuration known as a trine. Now, a trine in astrological terms is something that flows, something that's easy. But when we have a trine, we're usually talking about two different energies. We're usually talking about it being in the same element. So if it's in fire, they're both in fire, or earth or air or water. Sometimes it's not, but that's the general rule of thumb. Now, today I'm going to talk about a trine that is actually happening that is very, very powerful. Even though it's in the air signs, it will wash over to all of us. It will not just be exclusively for the air signs. So pay attention, no matter what your star sign is, this will be affecting each and every one of us in varying degrees. Now, it's Uranus, the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, is sitting in Gemini. So what does this mean? Uranus is the planet that sort of comes along and rips everything up, or like the bolt of lightning strikes the ground. With it being in Gemini, it is asking us to look at our communication. It is asking us to sort of be a little bit more focused, instead of just sort of like sliding something on your phone, going slide, 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 or flick, flick, flick. It's asking you to spend a little bit more time there. Now, the Gemini energy is also about our local environment. It's what's happening in our local neighbourhood, not what's happening across the country or the other side of the world, but what's happening precisely where we are. So Uranus is saying to us, yes, there could be some unusual and unexpected things that could happen in our local environment, or have a local feel, something that you've got to sort of make a decision on or make a choice on that could happen suddenly, could happen out of nowhere, or whatever's happening in your local environment could affect a lot of other people, maybe in other locations. So it's like, you know, if you're sitting somewhere and you're saying to yourself, well, not much really happens here in my town, and then all of a sudden something happens that sort of then spills over to other environments or goes to another country or ends up becoming on the world stage, this would not surprise me. This is how Uranus works. Now, Uranus is trining, as I said, another planet. Now, it's trining Pluto. Now, Pluto is currently sitting in Aquarius, will be for many, many years to come. So Pluto is the planet of transformation. Pluto comes along and says, slow, deliberate, definite, I am going to make change. It is setting in Aquarius, so yes, it's obviously affecting Aquarians more than it is any other sign, but it is overflowing to all of us. As I said, it's trining, so it's making an easy flow or an easy aspect from Uranus to Pluto. So Uranus is coming along and saying, I'm going to be like the bolt of lightning. I'm going to stir things up. I'm going to strike the ground. I'm looking at first and foremost in your own local environment, and then if it spreads to other parts of the world, terrific. But it's also making this wonderful aspect to Pluto, where Pluto's in Aquarius and saying, I want you to think outside the square. I want you to dare to be different. I want you to look for different solutions, because that's what the Aquarian energy is. It's emotionally detached, and try and sort of leave the emotions at the front door while we try and resolve or sort out whatever it is that we need to resolve in our lives. Now, Pluto is the slow, deliberate, definite planet of transformation. Now, the Aquarian energy is, I know, I don't need to be told anything. Well, that's not necessarily true. We can all always do with a little bit more input or someone else's opinion that we can at least consider. Then we can sort of say yes or no to it, or adopt it as our own, or modify it, or whatever, but don't just completely dismiss it. Now, this is really important because this is affecting all the 12 signs, and it's affecting everybody differently. So look out for that. And it's also conjunct what Pluto is also conjunct what's known as the part of fortune. Now, the part of fortune is not a planet, but it's where we look for a fortunate opportunity in our lives, and that's also sitting in Aquarius. Now, I don't want to make a prediction about what's going on in the Middle East, but what can I say about this is that with the configuration that we've got at the moment, with Uranus trine Pluto conjunct the part of fortune, fingers crossed, maybe, just maybe, we'll get a sudden resolution to anything that's troubling the world at the moment, whether it's the Middle East, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's economies or whatever. There's going to be some different ways of people to look at things, and governments and particularly official bodies have got to start listening to the people. It's not always about their own egos and their own desires or their own choices of what they want to make happen. Sometimes they've got to look at the collective and step outside of it and let go of the emotion and say, what is it that the collective wants or wants to achieve, and let's see how we can achieve it. So it's a very, very powerful trine with a conjunction. So it, as I said, flows over the 12 signs. The final part of the astrology I'm going to talk about this week is in Aries. So this is going to affect the fire signs, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra, which is Saturn, the planet of discipline, is conjunct or holding hands Neptune, the planet of illusion or delusion and creativity. So Saturn's leading the charge here. He's saying, I can come in, I can ground you Aries people, or you fire sign people who technically don't like to have any sort of restraint on them. They like to be able to do things at their pace, at their speed, and that's, very fast, and not really give much thought to the consequences behind it. So Saturn here is saying just slow down a tad, not asking you to stop, just asking you to sort of put the reins on a little bit, just slow down a little bit, so that you can gain the most out of this conjunction where, yes, you might be eluding and deluding yourself, but I'd like to think that there's more the flow of creativity, the birth of new ideas, things that you're going to have to get off the ground yourself, that you need to initiate and get other people to get on board with you, that, the groundswell will come from your enthusiasm and your ability to sort of show the way forward and show the creative side of this, but in a very structured, logical, practical sort of way that people say, yeah, I can really see that. Yes, I want to get behind that. Yes, that's a great idea. And then, you can give up the leadership role and sort of let them carry on behind. You've done your bit. You've got them up off the couch. You've got them motivated. You've got them moving, and it's sort of like that's your job done. But it's a very creative time for those star signs. So we're going to talk with Amber in Hattiesburg in Mississippi. Are you there, Amber?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Amber?
I'm just wanting to know if things will eventually start getting better for me.
Right,
I've been going through a really rough time here lately.
I'm sorry to hear that, Amber. I mean, a lot of people are going through a rough time, and I'm not trying to minimise your rough time, but it hasn't been exactly the easiest time for lots of people around the world and for various sort of reasons. But the first thing that they're showing me, Amber, is that you're very tired. It's like I want to sort of tell you to go to bed and have a really good sleep, because it's like I'm tired on every level, not just on the physical, on the emotional, on the soul. It's sort of like there's nothing left in your reserve tank, is there? And it's because there's been, such a stressful time for such a long time that I think that you haven't had a chance to recharge your batteries. And, to be able to sort of say, well, okay, I got out of bed this morning and I felt like I had some energy and I'm ready to tackle the day. It's like you get out of bed and it's like I'm really dragging myself all the time. So that's the first thing that comes through. Look, I'd love to be able to wave a magic wand, Amber, and say tomorrow you're going to wake up and everything's going to be perfect and all your troubles are going to be behind you. But that would be a little bit silly for me to make a prediction like that. But what I can say to you is, even though you don't feel like that you're making much traction, you are actually making very, very, very small steps towards the future that you want. So I'm going to suggest to you is just keep going. It's like if you feel overwhelmed, then allow yourself 5 minutes to sit down and have a cup of coffee and listen to the birds, or put some nice music on, or do something that fills your heart up. Not something that's costing you money, but something that fills your heart up, that sort of like, okay, well, it's like I've had a mini holiday, now I can go again. Because we need to teach your body again that you are allowed to relax, that you are allowed to sort of, shut the world out for 5 minutes at a time. And we start to regenerate and rejuvenate you so that we've got the energy to keep going forward. They are showing me that there's still some more endings and changes to come up. I'm not going to say that it's necessarily the hardest. I'm going to say it'll feel like the hardest because you've got no energy left. You're so tired. And, when you look back at it, you'll think, well, that really wasn't that difficult. It was just that I was exhausted. It was like I had nothing left in the reserve tank to sort of keep me pushing forward. Have you been thinking about moving residence? Because they keep showing me question marks around where you're living.
Not as of right now. But I just found out that the person that owns the land that I live on has got several loans against the land, so I'm not exactly 100% sure on that.
No, that might be why they were showing me the question marks. But what they were sort of saying to me was that we didn't need to deal with it today. Like you're aware of it, put it to one side and let's focus on some of the more pressing things, the things that are urgent. It's like I almost want to put them in a list and sort of say, well, what's the most pressing thing? Let's just deal with that first, and then we'll go down the list the best way we can. But I keep seeing that there's money coming, but it's like as fast as a $50 note comes in, it goes out in a lot of $80. You know what I mean? 50 comes in and 80 goes out. It's like you never seem to be able to sort of catch up at the moment, but that will change. They keep showing me that if we can hang on till the end of the year, and you will make progress, but at the time you won't feel like as if you're making much progress, Amber. It's sort of like, I've gone from one crisis to another, to another, to another. But when you start to look back and you sort of see from about August onwards, well, yes, I did start to make progress. It might have been minuscule baby steps, but there was real progress there. I just didn't acknowledge it at the time because you were still trying to keep going. It's like you're still trying to keep everything going and moving forward. By about March next year, they're showing me things are a hell of a lot clearer than what they are now. I'm not saying you've got a bank account full of money, but you're certainly in a much better position all round than what you are today. And that's a good thing. And that's been because of your diligence and the way that you've really sort of worked hard to try and keep going. Look, a lot of other people would have given up. They would have said, this is all too hard, I just can't do that. But that's not in your nature. you know that there's only one person that can fix this, and that's you, and you've got to keep going no matter what. My bigger concern, Amber, is that if you don't start to give yourself a little bit of downtime, even if it is for 5 minutes, you are going to get physically sick, because they keep showing me there is nothing left in the reserve tank in you. You know, like you're at that tipping point now where you really, really do need to seriously look after yourself. And that's why I suggested in 5-minute increments. You know, we can all spare 5 minutes. If I said to you, go and have a week off work and lay in the sun, you'd say to me, well, that's impossible. I can't afford it, and I can't do this, and I can't do that. But at least 5 minutes is pretty manageable. Do you know what I mean? And that will start to sort of give you some energy back. And in that time, I want you to make sure that you don't think of anything. You know, if something comes into your mind, tell it to take a holiday. You know, this is your time for you to just relax and enjoy whatever it is that puts a smile on your face, so that we can recharge your batteries. You will start to get some strong dreams. There's somebody, look, I don't often talk about who's in spirit that's coming forward, but for you all the way through, there's been an older man. So I'm assuming that may be a father or a grandfather?
Yes.
He had a rounded face, a very rounded sort of face and cheeky eyes.
That would be my grandfather.
Right. Well, he's the one that's taking you by the hand. He's helping you come out of this. That's what he keeps saying to me. Just hang on. We're coming out. We're going to get on top of this. So, but he's got very cheeky eyes and a rounded face. And look, I'm not saying he didn't have some stress in his life, but he always seemed to be able to find something to smile about, even in the darkest times. And that's what he wants you to do. He's very proud of how much you've achieved. So every time you sort of feel like giving up or things are a little bit too hard, then think of Granddad and know that he's there. He's holding you up. He's carrying you. He's helping you. That's where we've got to leave it, Amber. But I know things are certainly improving for you, sweetie, and the best of luck, because you really do deserve it.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. We're going to talk with Jeanette in Macon in Georgia. Are you there, Jeanette?
Yes, hi.
Hi, sweetie. Do you have a question I can answer for you?
Sure. General, or if anything comes through about my son that I need to know of.
So can I have your son's first initial, please, sweetie?
B. He's 12.
Okay, all right. They're showing me a lot of change there. Has he gone through a turbulent sort of time where he hasn't known what he wanted or where he wanted to go?
I'm not sure, other than puberty.
Other than what, sweetie?
Puberty.
Oh, puberty. Oh, well, that's a very difficult time for anybody, isn't it? And I think possibly sometimes more so for boys than girls. And look, I think he's got a lovely energy, but he's the type of young man that he's a deep thinker. He doesn't always share what's going on in that head of his. You know what I mean? It's like a cash register ringing over all the time, you know, ding, 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 with all different sort of ideas. There's part of him that feels he's not successful. Now, you know, look, teenagers have all different ways of looking at things, and I don't know that necessarily anybody in their teenage years feels as if they're successful, but he sort of feels as if he's letting the family down, or letting the male side of the family down by him not knowing or not being the same as them or something. Can you relate to that?
Yeah, he does say he feels like he has said that before, yes.
That I think is the major thing that I pick up that concerns me about him. Look, and I don't want to hit the panic button. I don't mean that he's going to do anything silly. I'm just saying that's one of the things that he keeps coming back to. You know, he compares himself to other male members of the family and feels that he comes up short all the time. I just think that there may be times there where you can sort of bring into a conversation, you know, about how proud you are of him, and that it's great to be an individual, that, you know, not everybody has to follow, you know, the family tradition and all become carpenters, you know, like it's good to have a musician or a baker or somebody else in the family. Do you know what I mean? Without necessarily probing, it's sort of like you can bring these things in, and he's a boy that absorbs things, and, you know, he'll absorb that and that'll come back into his thinking much later. to me, he's not what I'd term. I don't want to. He's not what I term as very masculine. In as much as he's not a big macho, strong man that wants to go out there and play football and do this and do that. He's more what I would describe as a creative. Somebody that's got a softer, gentler sort of approach to things. He might be still big and strong, but he doesn't necessarily feel the need to go out there and prove himself in a manly sort of way, if you understand what I mean. And I'm not saying that, he's gay or anything like that. I don't mean it in that way. I mean that he doesn't need to prove himself on the sporting field or, be the most popular or whatever. He'll do things in his own way, and he will be very, very successful. He's terribly creative. He feels a very strong connection with you, as if you understand him and a lot of other family members don't. So I'm taking from that maybe he doesn't have such a great connection with his dad.
Correct. My side, so we live in Georgia. We don't have any family here, so he doesn't compare himself in that sense because he doesn't see them but maybe once a year. But the dad's side, the dad comes in and out a couple times a year. He doesn't know them really at all.
No, but maybe that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Because I don't know that his dad is what I'd term as a great influence anyway.
Right. And he feels that.
His dad seems to want or expect one thing from his son, and yet his son's a completely different person. And if I had to choose between the two, I'd go with your son every day of the week, because I think he's the more well-rounded, balanced sort of person, more so than his dad.
Right.
And that's it's a credit to you at how well you've raised him.
Thank you. He does feel like he has to carry the weight of everything, but we don't really have too many stressors in our home. It's just my son and I, so he keeps getting sick like every other day. Like we go to the doctor, they're like, oh, it's just a virus. And I feel like he does keep things to himself.
Yeah, I mean, that's partly being a teenager too, because, they're a different beast than, they're not little children that we can mould and, they're happy to share everything with us. And, sort of those teenage years are very difficult. And then all of a sudden one day the teenager wakes up and thinks, geez, mum and dad grew up a lot. It wasn't, it was they grew up, and they sort of start to see things, I suppose, in a more logical approach. But what I can share with you is that he is doing really, really well. You've done really well raising him as a young man, and look, just be there for him, and mention every now and then how proud you are of him, or mention that it's okay to be different. You don't have to be the greatest tennis player. If you want to play the flute, that's great. You know what I mean? Like, encourage what he's good at, because he is really a very special young man who is going to do very, very well in his life, and that's going to be the credit to you, not to any other member of the family. But I still think he does compare himself with other members of the family, even though you mightn't have much contact with them. He sort of looks at them and thinks, I'm nothing like them, or I don't lean towards that sort of lifestyle, and that's okay. We don't all have to beat to the same drum. Anyway, that's where we're going to leave it, sweetie. Good luck with your raising your son. He's a special young man. We've come to the end of the show now, and it's always interesting how that different people have different crises in their lives or different situations that they need to sort of work on or understand. And nobody gives us the rule book to relationship or parenthood. Everything else we get training for. And I think that's what makes it so hard. If you want to go off and learn to become a doctor, you go through the years and years of training and preparation, and you come out the other side hopefully qualified, know what you're doing, and you sort of find your feet. But nobody gives you the rule book for relationships or how to raise your children, and it's something that we have to do by ourselves and by our own instincts, and what feels right and what doesn't feel right, and what works for your child doesn't necessarily work for someone else's, and the same goes for relationships. So I think the message there is just follow your instincts and do the very, very best you can, and know that none of us had a rule book for either. So this week I want to leave you with a song that I think is a very beautiful ballad, and it's one of those songs that's sort of timeless to me, that everybody knows it when you hear it, and you sort of think, oh yeah, that's that song, yeah, and you sing along, and you don't really pay attention to who actually sang it, or the amount of work that went in behind with the big band that, you know, the orchestra that played behind this song, and it's Chicago, and If You Leave Me Now. And it's a beautiful ballad. So until next week, enjoy your week wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours, and look out for some unusual and unexpected things to happen this week. Bye for now.
Hello everybody, I hope you're all doing really well and having a great week. Welcome to Understanding Spirit. I'm your host Mary. Let's jump right into the 3-card pull for today. If you have watched the show before, you know to just tune into whether you feel drawn to card 1, 2 or 3. If it's your first time watching, welcome. And all you need to do is just see which number you gravitate to, and I will give you a message for the collective. It's up to you to try to place the information in your life and where it best suits you. It can also be a message for somebody that you know, so feel free to pass that along. Sometimes we're just the messenger for somebody else, and you're just meant to hear it. If it doesn't make sense for you today, it could make sense for you in the future. Okay, so if you have been drawn to card 1, it is this one here, which is Mirror.